in which there have been several casualties that have been reported to the Pakistani armed forces. While if we speak of the North Waziristan, it was an ambush attack that was carried out on the Pakistani armed forces in which
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a fresh breaking here, ladies and gentlemen. SP-MP, ladies and gentlemen, has made an open jihad threat in the parliament. He has stoked a huge controversy. He has said that Muslims will be forced to do jihad. This is a big breaking news that we are getting in. An SP-MP has stoked a massive controversy in the parliament. He has in fact made an open jihad threat. Here, viewers, he has made an open jihad threat inside the parliament. In fact, SP-MP Nadvi has said, and I quote, Muslims will be forced to do jihad. This jihad comment inside the parliament over Waqf face-off here, viewers. In fact, SP-MP has linked Waqf timeline to need for Muslims to do jihad. This is a huge breaking news that we are getting in here. Inside the parliament, the SP-MP has stoked this huge controversy. He has made an open jihad threat in the parliament, on the floor of the parliament. Listen in to what the SP-MP had to say.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नीयत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला। उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक्फ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना, शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नीयत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला। उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक्फ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना, शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल।
All right, joining me live is my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, this particular SP-MP has made an open jihad threat on the floor of the parliament. Tell us more.
Absolutely. It's an outrageous remark, and this has happened on the floor of the House. We've seen, the likes of Maulana, the Jamaatul Ulama Hind chief also recently making, calling for jihad. But this is a sitting MP of the Samajwadi Party. And we've seen how the MPs of Samajwadi parties have time and again made communally loaded statement. But this is a sitting MP on the floor of the House. He has said this very much openly that there will, if need be, that the community will wage a jihad. This is while he was talking about the Waqf bill, he was flagging some issues, and every, of course, a lawmaker has the right to raise issues. But here he continued to fearmonger, saying that Article 25 and Article 26 of the Indian Constitution they have been deprived of that right. That is the freedom of religion and also freedom to manage the affairs of one's religion. That is Article 26 of the Constitution. He was citing that and saying that they fear that this is oppression of the Muslims, and saying that the freedom that is being curbed, it will lead us to wage jihad. How long will Muslims... This is a very, very incendiary remark, something that is a provocative remark. It remains to be seen how the centre will be reacting to this, because this is a sitting MP who has made this remark inside the parliament.
Right. Absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, You know, this speaks volumes about the party in itself. In fact, the sitting SP MP has clearly stated that if you do not comply with our demands, this is what we are going to do. And he has said it, and he has said it in a crystal clear language, that if at all their demands are not met, they will be invoking jihad. And this outrageous statement has been made in the floor of the House.
Absolutely. Just as I said, that this was, of course, an issue regarding Waqf that was being raised. He was talking about how the websites were not working and some issues with the functioning, which he has all the rights to raise in the parliament. But making comments like jihad, that one will wage jihad, is something we've heard outside the parliament, but from a sitting MP inside, on the floor of the House, is something that is really, really outrageous. It's a big controversy this winter session, and of course, this is an incendiary and very, very divisive remark. It is a threat, in fact. It's an open threat from this sitting MP from the Samajwadi Party that there will be jihad, a war of jihad, that they will be pushed to, it's an open threat, nothing else.
Absolutely, Rakshit. It's completely unacceptable, the kind of comment that has been made on the floor of the House. In fact, do stay with us. Let me quickly play that bite for you again, viewers. Take a look.
ऑफ अमेंडमेंट बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नीयत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला। उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक्फ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना शदमती, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
Well, that was the SP MP there, ladies and gentlemen, making that outrageous comment. He has said that if at all the Waqf law if at all their demands are not met regarding this Waqf law, jihad will be invoked. That is an open threat right there, ladies and gentlemen, on the floor of the House, where he has said that if at all their demands are not met, jihad will be invoked. Listen in.
ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना शदमती, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
BJP, in fact, has tore into SP. Listen in to what BJP Shehzad Poonawalla had to say.
Agenda is clear as daylight. Samajwadi Party MP Mr. Nadwi gets up in Parliament, supports Madani statements and says that insaf nahi milega to jihad karna padega. He is justifying jihad. This is the same bunch of people who justified the Delhi terror attack. They said circumstances se ban jate आतंकी. They said नाइंसाफी हो रही है, जुल्म हो रहा है, तो जिहाद करना पड़ेगा. And now they're once again legitimizing jihad. This is the mindset of Samajwadi Party. They've always supported terrorists. They were the ones who supported Simi. They supported the release of terrorists and the High Court had to put a stay on it. They are the ones who cried for Batla House encounter. Abu Azmi cried for Yaqub Memon. This is the true face of Samajwadi Party and the entire India alliance. Inka haath hamesha आतंकियों के साथ. They are the ones who are standing and spin doctoring on jihad. Jihad को जायज दिखा रहे हैं.
In fact, I'm being joined by BJP National Spokesperson Shazia Ilmi. Shazia, this is an outrageous comment that has been made on the floor of the House. He has made an open jihad threat in the Parliament.
You're absolutely right. It is not just a very provocative statement, but very dangerous, incendiary threat wrapped up in the language of religious extremism. We all know our country is a constitutional democracy. It cannot be made into a religious battlefield. This gentleman has said such obnoxious things and have used the terminology, the threat of religious warfare, which is jihad. And that also on the floor of the parliament. And we all know disagreements must be made and addressed through law, debate, and democracy. And what is it that they keep weaponizing religion for political victimhood? And this is dangerous. We will fight again. Our ancestors fought jihad. It is just being done to create fear amongst Muslims and paint the nation as anti-minority. There is a whole false narrative of persecution. And you're emotionally radicalizing communities, and this cannot be tolerated. Also, this gentleman, and I want to ask him, as does everyone else, what is the injustice that is being done? Does he have any point to make? Is there any logic to it? Is there any fact, not rhetoric, not a speech that he has to make? He has to come up with some kind of fact to substantiate something as bizarre and outlandish as this.
Absolutely, Shazia. In fact, this speaks volumes about the party in itself. And they have made it very, very clear that if at all their demands are not met, this is what they're going to do. You see the extremist ideology that the party is promoting on the floor of the House. Shazia.
Well, absolutely. And you are invoking freedom struggle to justify radical faces. It's very insulting to every Indian, also to every Indian Muslim citizen. And I want to speak in that capacity too. I mean, we don't need to be reminded as to who we are. Why does he keep doing that? This gentleman talking about our freedom fighters who are Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Parsis. We all fought together as Indians and not as religious combatants, so to speak. And there is a limit, not to tolerance, but to provocation, So this country will not tolerate this kind of religious mobilization. Talking about Article 24 and 25, does it allow religious mobilization? Does it allow threats of this kind of retaliation? Does it allow these attempts to glorify the language of warfare, the terminology of jihad? Does it allow attempts like this, open provocative statements that are made to divide citizens on faith lines? So it is a place for policy and not provocation, and not religious warfare that this man is indulging in. It cannot be tolerated whatsoever. India's democracy gives the right to speak, not the license to incite, and this gentleman better know that he can't get away with it. All of us, including every Indian, including Muslims, must fight this, this kind of veiled threats that are being made because they have no reason, rationale whatsoever.
Very considered views there from you. But last question before we let you go. And the question is, what's the constituency that the Honorable MP of the Samajwadi Party is addressing with this guilt tripping that he's trying to administer to the rest of the nation?
Well, he thinks there is a constituency, and over the years, since India has been partitioned, since we've gotten our freedom, since we've had the first legislature, this is exactly the pathetic, scary, incendiary vote bank politics that is this party, Samajwadi, and those false secularist parties indulge in. They radicalize Muslims. They actually make these very inflammatory remarks. And they keep making it out to be as if some kind of persecution is taking place where they cannot give a single fact. If you see the way minorities have benefited from all the central government and state welfare schemes, this never happened before to the extent that it has been done, their welfare. So they have no point whatsoever to make. And crime has no religion, justice has no religion, and India's law has no religion. This parliamentarian better watch his tongue because this is not going to be allowed. And not in my name, not in any Muslim's name.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for clarifying there. Not in your name, not any Muslim's name. Obviously, the Samajwadi Party MP there taking some liberties. Thank you, Shazia, for joining us. Moving on, we're getting a breaking news development connected with the flight situation at the Ahmedabad airport. Several Indigo flights have been delayed, and this has been happening since morning at Ahmedabad, leading to passengers protesting. and many of them have been there since yesterday 5 p.m. In fact, this seems to be a delay specific to the Indigo airline and leading to chaos at the terminal and multiple flights running late. Let's listen to those protesters. Well, it seems like a lot of chaos there at the Ahmedabad airport. Swarali joins us live from outside the airport, first on phone. In fact, Swarali, is this an issue specific to Indigo Airlines, and what's the latest? Has the airline been able to sort this out for the passengers? Seems some audio issue there. We are not connecting properly there. Connectivity issue seems to be hampering. Swarali there will join us soon live with the proper audio from Ahmedabad. She is outside the Ahmedabad airport where all this chaos is ruling. Okay, we have Swarali live now, so let's go to Swarali. Swarali, my question was, is this specific to Indigo Airline or is it generally happening in Ahmedabad? What are the reasons, and have the passengers been taken care of?
Yes, let me tell you, according to the sources and information received right now, this is a very Indigo-specific issue which passengers are facing. And since yesterday, that is from 5 p.m., the passengers are stranded at the Ahmedabad airport. And that's why we can see on our screens and visuals, they are irritated because for long hours, they are waiting since 5 p.m. yesterday. And right now, according to the information, Airbus A320, these are the flights which are under the technical inspection, and also on the other hand, due to weather disruptions, the flights are delayed and people are and passengers are irritated, and it seems that not proper measures are taken because no proper facilities are provided over there for them.
Okay, thank you so much, Swarali. It seems like connected with the A320 issue and the maintenance, software maintenance issue that had cropped up, creating a backlog which has hit the Indigo Airlines flights from Ahmedabad. Moving on to the next one, let's look at a report on India's World Annual Conclave 2025 that took place in Delhi, where External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar spotlighted India's emergence as the world's preferred hub for high-value global work, declaring that in an era of mobile capital and immobile borders, underscoring the country's demographic dividend, the External Affairs Minister also noted that India already constitutes about 1/6 of the global population, closer to 1/4 of the world's young working-age workforce. Take a listen.
So far, I have spoken about the mobility of people, but I also want to highlight that work can also be mobile. That, if the talent doesn't go out, the out comes to the talent. And we have actually seen this growth of what are called global capability centers in the last few years. I understand today that there are in this country about 1,700 global capability centers, which are about half, they constitute about half the global capability centers in the world. And these are centers where global business has found it more effective, more efficient, really to send the business out and to utilize the talent in a different geography. And obviously, given the availability of the talent and the efficiency of it in India, we are a strong attractor of that. Again, there are estimates that about 2 million people are currently employed in global capability centers, and I think the rough revenue estimates which people put for global capability centers is somewhere between $65 to $75 billion currently a year. And looking ahead, I mean, certainly as we are moving to an era of AI, of higher skills, of advanced manufacturing, and also of, as I said, of social services of various kinds, we do anticipate a world which will put a greater premium on mobility. And we see ourselves, we are 1/6 of the world's population. But I think if you look in terms of the younger working age population, we would be somewhere between 1/6 and 1/4, would be closer to 1/4 actually of the global workforce of a certain demography.
All right, tomorrow, December 4, is the Navy Day or Indian Navy Day, and the force has readied a curtain raiser video called Forged by the Sea, and essentially showcasing with cutting-edge technology its unwavering spirit to defend India's maritime boundaries and beyond. Take a look.
The Indian Navy's journey begins where the land meets the endless blue, where silence has weight and courage has depth. Born of storm, shaped by pressure, forged by the sea. This is a force that stays ready, always. It sharpens its edge every moment, every wave tested, every horizon watched, every second ready. In the unseen depths, on the edge of the storm, they stand guard. The Navy's true power lies in its people. Men and women who carry the ocean in their resolve. And when the moment demands, their discipline becomes action. Their courage becomes command. This is the Indian Navy. Combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar, safeguarding seas for a Viksit Samridh Bharat. Indian Navy, forged by the sea.
All right, moving on and down south to Bengaluru, where in a turf war with his deputy, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has given a statement after meeting Central Observer K.C. Venugopal, General Secretary of the Congress Party, and has firmly dismissed all reports of any political discussion with the central leader during his recent Delhi visit, stating no political talks took place. It seems Siddaramaiah is trying to push further the talks about leadership change in the Karnataka government. Remember the talk of a formula under which Siddaramaiah had to share his term with the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, and he has been snapping on his heels for a while now, with many of the DKS camp sloganeering, organizing meetings, giving sound bites and wanting the change of leadership, a change of guard in Karnataka government. These are pictures of Siddaramaiah, and with KC Venugopal, he has given a bite. Let's listen to him.
ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ವರದಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ದೆಹಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ದೆಹಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನೀವೇನು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರೆದ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ
Russia's President Putin is all set to visit India beginning tomorrow for 2 days. He's going to meet Prime Minister Modi, and one of the biggest outcomes of this visit is likely to be final approval of a new military agreement called Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, or RELOS. This agreement will allow Indian warships and military aircraft to refuel, restock food and supplies and carry out small repairs at Russian ports and air bases, and of course, vice versa.
Russian President Putin is scheduled to undertake an official state visit to India. This will mark the 23rd India-Russia annual visit, a mechanism established in 2000 that alternates between the two capitals and has continued almost uninterrupted even during periods of global tension. The most concrete deliverable expected from the visit is the final ratification of the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, a pact first proposed in 2019 and initialed in 2021. Under its terms, Indian warships and military aircraft will receive facilitated access to Russian ports and airfields for refueling, replenishment, and minor repairs, while Russian forces will gain similar rights at select Indian facilities. The agreement is especially valuable for India in the Arctic, where Russia maintains an extensive network of bases along the Northern Sea route, and for Russia in the Indian Ocean, where India operates the largest number of forward logistics points among non-Western navies. Unlike the more intrusive Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement that India signed with the United States, RELOS is framed as a purely reciprocal arrangement without automatic basing rights or permanent foreign troop presence, which makes it politically easier to sell to the Indian Parliament and public. Beyond logistics, the two sides are expected to advance several major defense production programs that have been delayed by the Ukraine conflict and sanctions-related payment difficulties. India is seeking additional licensed production of the 11356 M-class guided missile frigates for its navy, with 2 ships already built in Russia and 4 more to be constructed at Goa shipyard with extensive Russian components. Progress is also anticipated on the joint manufacture of Ka-2260 light utility helicopters, where 60 units are to be assembled in India under the Make in India initiative, and on the long-pending acquisition of an additional batch of upgraded Mi-17V5 medium-lift helicopters. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, already in service with all the 3 Indian services and now being exported to countries such as the Philippines, is likely to see new orders for its extended range and air-launched variants. Nuclear energy cooperation, another traditional pillar, will move forward with the detailed project report for Units 5 and 6 of the Kudankulam nuclear power plant in Tamil Nadu, built with Russian VVER-1000 reactors. Perhaps most importantly, the visit will serve as a public demonstration that the India-Russia strategic partnership remains resilient despite the transformed global landscape. For Moscow, India represents one of the few major economies still willing to engage in large-scale defense and energy transactions without succumbing to secondary sanctions threats. For New Delhi, Russia remains a reliable supplier capable of transferring sensitive technologies that Western partners continue to withhold, and a crucial hedge against over-dependence on any single source of military equipment. The visit therefore underscores India's determination to preserve strategic autonomy in an increasingly polarized world, while allowing Russia to show that its diplomatic and economic isolation is far from complete. The timing of this visit is particularly significant because it takes place against the backdrop of Russia's ongoing military operation in Ukraine, now in its 4th year, and the sweeping Western sanctions that have isolated Moscow from most traditional supply chains and financial systems. Despite intense pressure from the United States and the European Union, India has refused to join the sanctions regime, continued to purchase discounted Russian crude oil in large volumes, and maintained defense cooperation at pre-2022 levels. This stance has allowed Russia to keep critical hard currency revenues flowing while giving India access to military hardware and energy at prices lower than those available on the open market. The joint statement and the list of agreements signed during the visit will be closely passed in Western capitals, Beijing and other global centers of power as an indicator of how far two of the world's largest nations are prepared to go in sustaining a relationship that has endured longer than most contemporary alliances.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was...
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू
बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy's remarks on Hindu deities sparks a huge controversy. BJP calls out Congress's habitual insult of Hindu sentiments.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए, सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए।
Massive controversy over Madani's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Republic conference, the Jamiyat-e-Ulema-e-Hind chief. Major speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meet with Prime Minister in Delhi. Congress calls for key meeting in the state on December 4. That's tomorrow. Amid Karnataka power tussle, Siddaramaiah meets Congress High Command, says will step down if ordered by Rahul. It's the most extensive coverage on the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic Sputnik ahead on live updates. And rupee falls to record low, crosses 90 mark against the dollar for the first time in history. All right, let's begin with the row raised by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, as he has claimed that the country's first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, had sought public funds for rebuilding of the Babri Mosque, but Sardar Vallabh Bhai Patel prevented the plan from going ahead. The Union Minister made the claims while addressing a unity march in Gujarat to commemorate Sardar Patel's 150th birth anniversary.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
The Congress, of course, has responded sharply to the comment made by Defence Minister and on Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of the country. And the Congress has said that this is a lie. Listen.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए। और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के वो उस पर कोई चर्चा ना हो।
It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji.
सरकार के अंदर है, कोई दस्तावेज दे दें। हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है। तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें। सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो बहुत ही दुखदायी है।
BJP, of course, has hit back at the Congress with some evidence presented by Sudhanshu Trivedi, Member of Parliament of the party.
मैं नेहरू जी का एक कोट करता हूं जो उन्होंने दिल्ली में 1959 में नेशनल गैलरी में ये स्पीचेस एट द इनॉग्रेशन ऑफ सेमिनार एंड एग्जीबिशन एंड आर्किटेक्चर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय ललित कला अकादमी एंड ऑल इंडिया फाइन आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट न्यू दिल्ली 17 मार्च 1959 17 मार्च 1959 को नेहरू क्या बोलते हैं एक कार्यक्रम में, सम ऑफ द टेम्पल्स ऑफ साउथ इंडिया हाउएवर repel me in spite of beauty. I just can't stand. Why? I do not know. Cannot explain that. But they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise and keep me down in the dark corridors. I like the sun and air. In contrast, he found Taj Mahal as astoundingly beautiful. 17 मार्च 1959 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू क्या लिख रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं दक्षिण भारत के मंदिर कितने भी ऊंचे हो, मैं डिप्रेस्ड फील करता हूं. मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है कि मुझे डिप्रेशन क्यों लगता है उन कॉरिडोर्स में मूव करते समय. तो इसका अर्थ हुआ कि वहां से लेके और आज तक राम मंदिर के शिलान्यास में न जाना, राम मंदिर की ध्वजा का विरोध करना, बाबरी मस्जिद बनाने का संकल्प लेना. वो एक पुराना गाना था ना, ये रईसी है खानदानी, वो रईसी नहीं, ये कहानी है खानदानी.
A political controversy has erupted in Telangana, not the first time, with Chief Minister Revant Reddy's casual remarks referring to Hindu gods and deities during an internal Congress meeting, which went viral, prompting sharp reactions from the BJP and the Bharat Rashtra Samiti, BRS, both. While addressing the newly appointed District Congress Committee chiefs and other senior leaders, Reddy drew a parallel between the diversity within the party and the plurality within Hinduism. Listen exactly to what Reddy had to say.
ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు 3 కోట్లుండ్రా ఎందుకున్నాయి పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లుండ్రా ఎందుకున్నాయి పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
All right, BJP, of course, has not liked this and sees in this the trademark repeated attacks by the opposition, specifically the Congress party, on Sanatan Dharma. Listen in.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री रेवंत रेड्डी ने जिस प्रकार से हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में अपमानजनक, अवांछनीय कमेंट किए हैं, उसे किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता. और एक तरफ ये वही मुख्यमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने अभी जुबली हिल के चुनाव में ओपनली बोला था कांग्रेस मतलब मुसलमान, मुसलमान मतलब कांग्रेस. आपको पूरा तहे दिल से मुस्लिम समाज के साथ जाइए, कोई समस्या नहीं है. आप हम सफर, हम प्याला, हम निवाला, हम राज हो जाइए, हमें कोई समस्या नहीं है. मगर हिंदू धर्म के देवी देवताओं को गाली देंगे तो यह बर्दाश्त करने योग्य नहीं है.
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं. मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है. यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के मनसा के अंदर किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं के खिलाफ एक जहर भरा हुआ है वो दर्शाता है. रेवंत रेड्डी कहते हैं अपने एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी की मीटिंग में कि यदि भगवानों के बीच ही कंसेंसस नहीं है तो हमारे बीच में कंसेंसस कैसे हो सकता है, हम कैसे कंसेंसस बना सकते हैं। यह हिंदू धर्म क्या है, ये सनातन धर्म में 3 करोड़ देवी देवताएं हैं। बैचलर के लिए हनुमान जी हैं, जो 2 शादी करते हैं उनके लिए कोई और भगवान है, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो शराब पसंद करते हैं, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो टॉडी पसंद करते हैं, वेजिटेरियंस दाल रोटी खाने वालों के लिए एक अलग भगवान है। ये किस प्रकार की भाषा है रेवंत रेड्डी जी? यह जो आप ट्यूशन क्लास से सोनिया गांधी जी से और राहुल गांधी से सीख के आ रहे हैं कि जाइए और हनुमान जी, मां दुर्गा, शिव जी और विष्णु जी के खिलाफ बोलिए, आपको अभी भी समझ नहीं आया? सुदर्शन चक्र चला है कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर, छिन्न विच्छिन्न होकर पड़े हुए हैं, किसी भी राज्य में जीत नहीं हो रही है, जनता जनार्दन त्रिशूल चला रही है आपके ऊपर, और कांग्रेस की लंका को ध्वस्त कर दिया है हनुमान जी ने। फिर भी हनुमान जी, शिव जी और विष्णु जी के खिलाफ ये जो आप जहर उगल रहे हैं रेवंत रेड्डी जी, इसका खामियाजा कांग्रेस पार्टी को भुगतना पड़ेगा।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, और जो भी इस तरह की बात बोलेगा ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो, वो कहीं न कहीं उसका इमोशन आक्रांताओं से, मुगल आक्रांताओं से जुड़ा रहा हो, वही व्यक्ति ऐसा बोल सकता है।
पहले भी कहा था कि कांग्रेस मुस्लिम जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, रेवंत रेड्डी के बयान की बात कर रहे हैं। रेवंत रेड्डी पहले भी ये बयान दे चुके हैं, कांग्रेस इज मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम इज कांग्रेस।
हाँ, तो डिक्लेयर करा दे कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुस्लिम लीग कांग्रेस पार्टी।
सर, मौलाना मदनी का कहना है कि स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए।
मौलाना मदनी को किसी इस्लामिक कंट्री में जाके एक अच्छे स्पीकर के रूप में उनको भेज दिया जाए। भारत में ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत नहीं है, ये विभेद पैदा करते हैं, हिंदुओं को गाली देने का काम करते हैं, और जिहाद का यहाँ कोई जगह नहीं है। जो जिहाद की बात करे उसको कानून के शिकंजों में बंद कर देनी चाहिए।
नहीं, ये लोगों को हिंदू का अपमान, हिंदू आस्था का अपमान कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के जो फ्रेंडली पार्टी है वो एक हैबिट बन गया है। जब भी देखो, कर्नाटक में देखो, केरल में, अभी तेलंगाना में।
All right, moving down south to Bengaluru and Karnataka, where news coming in from Mandya, in fact, that a group of Hindu devotees, part of the Hanuman Yatra, they were halted by police, with local residents distributing fruits and buttermilk to devotees along the 4-kilometer route. And the police had to intervene because some of them were seen going towards a mosque at the Ganjam Road area. These are pictures coming in from there, and this seems like the yatra has turned into a protest because the police has stopped them from moving towards the mosque area, and the devotees are now... Okay, we have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru on this. Abhishek, can you unspool the story for us? What's this Sankirtan Yatra? What group is this? And why should they be wanting to go into a mosque? They can just use the road and go their way.
Abhishek, the Sankirtana Yatra was organized by Hindu Janajagrati Vedike from Nimishamba temple, which is located in Srirangapatna, and it ended up at Sri Ranganatha Swami temple, which is also located in Srirangapatna. The rally, the primary purpose of the rally was to make sure that the Hindus get back the temple which was destroyed by Tipu Sultan when he was ruling over this province. It is believed that the Jamia Masjid, which is located in Srirangapatna, now was destroyed, was previously a Hanuman temple, which was destroyed during Tipu Sultan, and after which he got the mosque constructed. Now, for the last 11 years, the Hindu Janajagrati Samiti and Hanuma Maladharis are taking the procession every year on Hanuma Jayanti to mark the location, to spread the awareness that this location, this masjid was previously a temple and this belongs to the Hindus. At this point of time, a procession for around 3.5 to 4 kilometers, which starts at Nimishamba temple and which ends at Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangapatna, takes the lane from almost inside the entire village, which also passes by the Jamia Masjid, and this is the exact location which is utmost sensitive at this point of time, because more than 1,500 policemen were deployed so that these Hanuman Maladharis don't just barge into the mosque to destroy it. Because the slogans that were being shouted by the Hanuman Maladharis was, "We will be destroying the mosque and the Hindu temple will be rebuilt again." And at this point of time, giving such a slogan right in front of the masjid where it is sensitive, the police wanted to take the situation into control, and that is why the Hanuman Maladharis weren't allowed to the mosque. However, it continued and concluded at Srirangapatna Sri Ranganatha Swami temple peacefully.
Okay, Abhishek, stay with us. In fact, there is a breaking news development again coming from Karnataka, so I have to come back to you. There is a complaint against Bollywood actor Ranveer Singh for allegedly making derogatory remarks on Deva, and the complaint has been lodged against him by advocate Prashant Methal, and this is at the High Grounds police station in Bengaluru, from where Abhishek is reporting. And in the complainant has alleged that the actor made derogatory remarks about the Ullalathi Deva during the International Film Festival of India in Goa. And this happened on November 28. Abhishek, can you tell us what's this latest complaint about against Ranveer Singh? Was he speaking in the context of some film, or was he directly targeting some Hindu deity?
Was in a filmfare function when Ranveer Singh was addressing Rishabh Shetty, who is a hero in the movie Kantara and Kantara 1. Majority of the South Indians know the importance the Mangaloreans or the people of Mangalore give to their daivas, because it is of the utmost tradition and belief that they keep in their daivas, which they also call as Ganas. When addressing Rishabh Shetty, Ranveer made fun of the word Ullalti, which means indirectly meaning to say he made a derogatory statement where it meant a female ghost or a demon is what he addressed as, making fun of the entire character of Rishabh Shetty's character in the movie Kantara. Prashant Mehta, a senior advocate from the High Court, has filed a complaint in the High Grounds Police Station of Bengaluru, mentioning that this has hurt the sentimental feelings of not only the people of Mangaluru but all the people who believe in tradition. And it was also, we should also not forget the fact that Rishabh Shetty had previously requested people not to make fun of the belief or the tradition of the Mangaluru people, because they have the highest respects towards the Daiva or the Gana or Ullalti or any other character which has been depicted in the movie, holds a traditional and religious importance in the history and in the entire Mangalore family. So at this point of time, FIR has been registered, the complaint has been taken. Will there be a FIR registered is the question. And also we've seen Ranveer apologizes on the social media that he didn't know that the importance of the word Ullalti or Daiva meant this much to the people of Karnataka or Mangaluru, but we'll have to see how the legal proceedings happen in this point of time, Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, with those details. And from Bengaluru, we come back to Delhi, where in a fiery speech in the Lok Sabha, Samajwadi Party MP Maulana Mahibullah has spoken in support of Jihad as a last resort and against systemic crimes, of course. He says that what Maulana Mahmood Madni has asserted on the concept of Jihad is sacred and in Islam and should be included in school education to help children understand its true meaning. Essentially, the Samajwadi Party MP Mahibullah backing Maulana Arshad Madni, who had made this pro-jihad comments last evening. Let's listen to the Samajwadi Party MP speaking in Parliament.
ऑफ अमेंडमेंट बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नीयत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक्फ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
Rakshita is joining us live from outside the parliament on this. Rakshita, very provocative comments being made there by the Samajwadi Party MP on the floor of the House. Have you elicited some reactions coming in from the BJP, and how does the Samajwadi Party officially sees this?
Well, it's a political slugfest, and the BJP has sharply criticized what the Samajwadi Party MP has said. In fact, the BJP says that this is a direct attack, a very open and direct attack on the values of the Constitution that is by B.R. Ambedkar, or that is based on the Ambedkar principles. The BJP MP and BJP MPs, of course, condemn it, and spokesperson Shahzad Poonawalla also has said that he is openly backing zulm hoga to jihad hoga narrative of Madni of the Jamaat Ulema Hind, who just made these remarks over the weekend that had in fact triggered an uproar. And the same thing now has been echoed while he was lamenting what has been happening after Waqf. Now he has cited that there was a suppression of Muslims in the country. That is what Nadwi, the SP MP, has said. And BJP has said that this is something that has been cleared. It's an act, it's a law that has been passed in both houses of the parliament, and there's no point in raking this up, as he has lamented how there is a difficulty in registration. Nadvi was trying to talk about how the website has not been working, so on and so forth. But now they have now this is of course completely an incendiary remark that has been made by a sitting MP on the floor of the House. Samajwadi Party right now officially hasn't reacted or reacted to this statement, but the BJP has been quick to react and condemn it, calling it an open assault on the principles of B.R. Ambedkar, an open assault on Constitution, and a very, very divisive, and it's an open threat. And as he tries to divide and openly threaten jihad and communal war against the people of the country.
Absolutely, Rakshita. And in fact, the BJP has responded to these provocative comments made by the SP MP. We have, I think, Shahzad Poonawalla bite. Let's listen to him.
Agenda is clear as daylight. Samajwadi Party MP Mr. Nadwi gets up in Parliament, supports Madani's statements and says that insaf nahi milega to jihad karna padega. He's justifying jihad. This is the same bunch of people who justified the Delhi terror attack. They said circumstances se ban jate आतंकी. They said नाइंसाफी हो रही है, जुल्म हो रहा है, तो jihad करना पड़ेगा. And now they're once again legitimizing jihad. This is the mindset of Samajwadi Party. They've always supported terrorists. They were the ones who supported Simi. They supported the release of terrorists, and the High Court had to put a stay on it. They are the ones who cried for Batla House encounter. Abu Azmi cried for Yaqub Memon. This is the true face of Samajwadi Party and the entire India alliance. Inka haath hamesha आतंकियों के साथ. They are the ones who are standing and spin doctoring on jihad. Jihad को जायज दिखा रहे हैं.
Remember the Sanchar Sathi app, Rao, and the government is now forced to roll back the preloading of that app on mobile phones following the protests that emerged out of opposition space in the parliament. The government's view was that while the app itself is a significant move in terms of cyber security, if a perception is created or a negative perception is created about that being a spyware, then people would not use it, which would prove counterproductive. So the government now deciding to roll back the mandatory pre-installation of the app on the mobile phones, though of course it's going to remain available for whosoever wants. Already about 11 million plus phones having that app.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border of
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years.
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मीरज।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is
India's most watched news network now partners with global giant Sputnik for the high-stake visit of President Vladimir Putin. All eyes on New Delhi as major defense deals and strategic agreements take center stage. Stay tuned for the fastest and the most accurate coverage of President Putin's India visit only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना, शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में?
Samajwadi Party parliamentarian Nadwi makes open jihad threat in parliament, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad on the Waqf issue.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए।
Madani's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Another big controversy. Republic confronts the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind chief. He goes silent.
पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहन भाई,
Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's remarks on Hindu deities sparks a big controversy. BJP says it's habitual of Congress to insult Hindus and Hindu gods. Speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meeting with the Prime Minister. Congress calls key meeting in Jharkhand. Is it possible? Realignment possible in Jharkhand? Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah meets Congress top leaders, says will step down if asked to by Rahul Gandhi. It's the most extensive coverage of the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic, Sputnik of Russia join hands for live coverage.
Rupee falling to a record low, crosses 90 against the dollar for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, here on Republic TV, for the longest time, we have spoken about the infiltration threat. Infiltrators who are in India, infiltrators from Myanmar, infiltrators from Bangladesh. And they are in millions and millions in different parts of the country. And Republic TV in the last few days and weeks and months has been doing a reality check to expose these infiltrators on how they are living in camps. They are living in different parts of the country. In this particular investigation that we are now bringing you right now, investigation from Hyderabad, where there are at least 31 camps. 31 camps in Hyderabad alone. 30,000 of them in 31 camps in Hyderabad alone. It's a Republic investigation where they confess coming to India via forests, through tunnels, finding a livelihood easily here in India. Believe it or not, they're confessing to all of this on tape while saying that thousands of their family members also are on Indian soil. Here's the story.
देश में हाल बहुत बुरा है, मार दे रहा, वो कर सब चला दिए, कुछ भी नहीं होना, दफा हो जा रहा, कलमा छोड़ो यहाँ से चली जाओ, मुसलमान मिशन की नहीं रहती, मुझे दिख रहा जला दे, जान से मार दिया, हजारों न्यूज़ में देख रहे हैं। तो क्या कैसे आए हैं? बस से, ट्रेन से, पैदल, जंगल से, पानी का नदी से, 8 दिन 8 रात लगता है। कितने लोग के साथ आए हैं? अपन कैसा भी नहीं, एक दो कर कैसे चुपके दो रास्ता पे निकल जाना। आपका फैमिली के साथ आए हैं? नहीं, अलग अलग आए। कितने फैमिली मेंबर्स रहते हैं आपके यहाँ? बहुत है यहाँ पर, बहुत हजारों। नहीं, आपके फैमिली मेंबर्स कितने हैं? मेरा 6 वाइफ और बच्चे। तो आपको यहाँ पे कैसे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, किसी को ना कोई लुसन करे, ना किसी को डिस्टर्ब करे, अपना मेहनत से अपन जी रहा हूँ। अच्छा, आप यहाँ आके रखा, तो आप क्या यहाँ पे कुछ सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट की? कुछ भी सपोर्ट तो नहीं, हमें कुछ तो बुरा नहीं है, ना कुछ परेशानी है। पुलिस वाला आ रहा जा रहा, पूछता करके चले आ रहे। साल में एक बार डे में ले लेता अपन को, लोकल सपोर्ट है कुछ पॉलिटिकल? नहीं, लोकल वाला क्या सपोर्ट देता है? अपना प्लाट लेके ऐसा किराया देके जुगड़े वाला क्या पड़े। आपका नाम? और कुछ तो परेशानी नहीं। तो लोकली भी आपको कुछ ये नहीं है कि खाना पीना और ये सब? नहीं, वो रमजान में आके कोई बांटता, कोई इसका जकात अगर आए तो बांटता, नहीं तो मिलने वाले को मिले, नहीं मिलने वाले छोड़ गए, इसका लफड़ा झगड़ा उसका कोई फर्क नहीं। आप ये शॉप कब रखे? ये 2018। तो आपका घर इसी शॉप से चलता है? कितने बच्चे हैं आप? मेरा बच्चे 4 बच्चे। तो हम लोग किधर से? दिल्ली से, NGO से। कौन सा NGO? एमनेस्टी। मगर क्या है, अपने की भी एक शर्त है, कोई डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट आया अपना ऑफिस से NGO मिनिस्टर का, मिनिस्टर से मिलके अपन से परमिशन लेना। फिर भी मैं परमिशन दे दिया, गोस्वामी आया बोल के। किसी को डरना नहीं, किसी को लड़ा झगड़ा करने का नहीं। आप आए, मेरे से पूछताछ करे, हम भी सीधा बोल दिए, मगर इसमें न्यूज में जाके क्या बोलता है, ये आतंकवादी है, वो है, ये है। अपन यहाँ लड़ने का, झगड़ा करने का नहीं आया, या कब्जा करने का नहीं आया। अपना जब तो देश आजाद नहीं हुआ तब तो यहाँ रहना जीना है। आजाद होगा चलिए आना सीक्वेंस से। ये कहानी लेने का अपन आया। न्यूज में पड़ोसो थोड़े लोग आया था, न्यूज में मेरे से ऐसा पूछताछ करे, आतंकवादी बोल कर डाल। कौन सा तरीका मैडम?
ऐसे नहीं करते,
ये गलत है,
नहीं गलत।
ठीक है, शुक्रिया।
2009 से। तो आप कहाँ से?
मैं हैदराबाद से।
हाँ, तो आप यहाँ पे डॉक्टर इन सबको?
हाँ, जनरल फिजिशियन हूँ मैं। मेरे पास पेशेंट्स आते हैं,
हाँ।
सर्दी, बुखार, बॉडी पेन। ये लोग को इचिंग ज़्यादा है।
अच्छा।
ये लोग कचरा और कूड़ा सुनते ना,
हाँ।
इचिंग ज़्यादा होती है। तो दवाई मेरे पास से लेते, आज दवाई लेते, कल परसों वो कचरा बेच के पैसे देते। पैसे का बहुत दिक्कत है, थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल हेल्प होना है तो फिर मेडिकल कैंप कराना, एवरी मंथ एक कैंप कराना है।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो आप क्या नॉर्मली कितने कैंप्स हैं यहाँ पे पूरे? कितने लोग हैं
यहाँ पे? 21 कैंप से बनना है।
21 है, अच्छा। 31 बोल रहे थे, 21?
थोड़े लोग चले थे, 15 लोग।
अच्छा, ठीक है। 21 में पूरे कितने लोग हैं?
पूरे होंगे कम से कम 30,000।
30,000 हो गए। तो सारे आपके पास ही आते हैं?
नहीं, मेरे पास थोड़े आते हैं, उधर रोड पे उधर सब जगह जिसका डॉक्टर का पसंद।
मोस्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती है?
इनको क्या है, कोल्ड फीवर होता, बॉडी पेन और इचिंग ज़्यादा होती है। यही है कम्युनिकेशन। हार्ड वर्क करते हैं, शाम को जब आते तो बहुत इलनेस हो जाता, वीकनेस हो जाता।
So 31,000, over 30,000 of them, 31 camps in Hyderabad's old city alone. Now this is an investigation. Our reporter Aishwarya was there inside the Rohingya camp in Hyderabad's old city, where they go on record, in fact, and confess that they came from Myanmar through Bangladesh. How many of them are still there, Aishwarya? If you can tell us a bit about what you saw when you went there. How many camps are there, first of all? How many infiltrators are there? And what kind of documents have they now been able to gather from officials there?
What we are learning is that there were almost 31 camps, and each camp had almost more than 13 families, where there were more than 13 families in each camp, and there were also more than they were living there in those camps for more than a decade, while in their own voice they have confessed that they have come via several modes of transport, be it train or be it via road or via trains. But then what we are also learning is that they have been living here more than a decade. All these camps have been living here for more than a decade. Most of them who came between 2012 and 14, what they said that they could not live in this city anymore, live in this country anymore, and that's why they had secretly tried to migrate here into the secretly migrate here and try to come in India and start a livelihood here. But that's what they confessed to us, and they are saying, they also said that they have started working, they have taking menial jobs, and
it was only for the sake
and they are waiting.
Unable to get your video very clearly because of bandwidth issues there, Aishwarya. Who are they getting any political support? Are they getting any political support? How are they getting their food, their rations? Where do they have documents?
The compensation
all of them have the document of them being a migrant from Myanmar, and being regarding the political support, there are speculations that the local people, who are there, are extending their support. However, they have not yet openly confessed it, but there are speculations that the local MLAs, the local MPs and local leaders have extended their support to them. Most of them, they are being funded by the NGOs, and while most of the other people have taken up menial jobs to fund themselves. This is how they are living, and in these camps itself, they have elected their own leaders to run their camps, and that's how they that's how they work there, because each camp in all the 31 camps, they have elected their own leaders. They have chosen their own leaders, and they will listen to their own leaders. And while they
I'm not getting your video frame there. So what I'll do is I'll play out a report that you sent from inside the Rohingya camp. This is the Rohingya camp. There are 31 camps, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 31 Rohingya camps in Hyderabad's old city alone, where the estimate of how many infiltrators are there, about 30,000 of them, and more. And more. I'm going to play that out now. Here's a report that Aishwarya sent from inside the Rohingya camp, one of the Rohingya camps.
We are standing at camp number 1 here, where almost 41 families are residing. 41 families are residing. As we spoke here earlier, what they are saying is that they have come here for livelihood, and that almost 41 families are living here, and there are almost 31 camps in and around this particular area in Hyderabad. And this is the first camp that we are visiting. We can see that there are almost 41 families doing their daily work. Here doing their daily work, and there are several children, and they're saying that their husbands have gone out for work, and what we are learning that there are almost over 5,000 families living in this particular area of Hyderabad in a span of over 31 camps. So what they're saying is that they have come from Burma, they have come here in search of livelihood. This is the camp, another camp that we are visiting here in the same areas. Their primary occupation is the ginger selling, as we could see here. This is what they do, and there are almost 13 families living here is what we are learning. Their kids and they sell ginger is what we are learning here for their livelihood. It is one of the many camps that I've been visiting that we are showing to our viewers in Hyderabad. This is the camp, another camp that we are visiting here in the same areas. Their primary occupation is the ginger selling, as we could see here. This is what they do, and there are almost 13 families living here is what we are learning. Their kids and they sell ginger is what we are learning here for their livelihood. It is one of the many camps that I've been visiting that we are showing to our viewers in Hyderabad.
Government has done a U-turn, ladies and gentlemen. They've buckled to pressure on the Sanchar Sathi app. They've rolled back the clause where mobile manufacturers had to preload the Sanchar Sathi app on the phone. Now, that was a controversial mandate that was given to mobile manufacturers. And some reports suggested that companies like Apple had opposed the move of the government to preload some of the apps to phones that were sold in India. And today the government has rolled back that clause, giving out further details. Here's a full story. Here's what the minister said and how the stories played out in the last 24 to 36 hours.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है, पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
अपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो अपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इसमें विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है। आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है। इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है। इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कही है।
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a controversial comment made by Madani asking for jihad to be taught in schools across India. And just when we were breaking, the reactions confronted Madani on this issue. A statement that was made on the floor of Parliament by a Samajwadi Party MP, and his name is Nadwi. Now, Nadwi, on the floor of the House, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad over the Waqf issue. He was speaking about the Waqf issue, complained about how the portal that was the Ummid portal, he says, isn't working. He says only 30% of those who have Waqf properties have been able to register. He said 70% of Waqf properties have not been registered on the portal. And he says there is injustice. Now, all of these are comments that he was making, building up to that one statement which he made on the floor of the Parliament, saying Muslims will have to do jihad. This was a sitting MP inside Parliament warning of a religious war in Parliament. Listen into this.
बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी, जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नियत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला। उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक़्फ़ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
Rakshita is joining me live. Rakshita, Madani makes a statement, says jihad should be taught in schools, and then a sitting MP says Muslims will do jihad. Now, all of these comments have followed a pattern in the last few days, and it's playing out in Parliament. What kind of responses are you getting?
Well, yes, the word jihad, it seems, is the favorite one for Madni. What we've seen in the recent days, he is reiterating and justifying jihad. And more endorsement is coming from the Samajwadi Party MP, the sitting MP, on the floor of the House, making an open threat for waging religious war against the state, and also talking about Waqf. He begins by talking about Waqf, and then he goes on to talk about so-called persecution of Muslims. Now, the reactions that are coming in from the BJP, they're saying that it's an open threat, and it's a direct assault on the constitution, the principles, the very principles of B.R. Ambedkar, that those have been threatened by what Nadvi has said. And remember, this is the same Samajwadi Party MP who had drawn a lot of flack from the Muslim community itself. He had drawn a lot of criticism from Barelvi also, and they had called for his removal from the post of an imam from a mosque, as he had convened namaz here at inside the Parliament. Now, that is something that he has been in the news for the wrong reasons many a times, and now he has made this open threat, a very, very divisive, and in fact this is more than divisive, this is justifying violence, religious extremism, and that is what the BJP is sharply criticizing, saying that in both houses of the Parliament, the Waqf Act has been passed. It's a lawful process that has been carried out, and it is unjust to cast aspersions on that as well, to cast doubts on that. There's no need for raking doubts up once again in the floor of the House. And of course, Niranjan, as you said, that he could be talking about Waqf, and he can raise concerns if he wants to. But openly, threatening war against the state is something that is completely incendiary.
Thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, we also confronted Madani, who made a comment this morning that he wants jihad to be taught in schools. Take a listen.
सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड
Agenda is clear as daylight. Samajwadi Party MP Mr. Nadvi gets up in Parliament, supports Madani's statements and says that insaf nahi milega to jihad karna padega. He's justifying jihad. This is the same bunch of people who justified the Delhi terror attack. They said circumstances se ban jate atanki. They said na insafi ho rahi, zulm ho raha hai, to jihad karna padega. And now they're once again legitimizing jihad. This is the mindset of Samajwadi Party. They've always supported terrorists. They were the ones who supported Simi. They supported the release of terrorists, and the High Court had to put a stay on it. They are the ones who cried for Batlau's encounter. Abu Azmi cried for Yaqub Memon. This is the true face of Samajwadi Party and the entire India Alliance. Inka haath hamesha aatankiyon ke saath. They are the ones who are standing and spin doctoring on jihad. Jihad ko jayaz dikha rahe hain.
The India World Annual Conclave 2025, S. Jaishankar made a critical remark on India's youth. Here's the full statement, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar.
So far, I have spoken about the mobility of people. But I also want to highlight that work can also be mobile. That, if the talent doesn't go out, the out comes to the talent. And we have actually seen this growth of what are called global capability centers in the last few years. I understand today that there are in this country about 1,700 global capability centers, which are about half, they constitute about half the global capability centers in the world. And these are centers where global business has found it more effective, more efficient really to send the business out and to utilize the talent in a different geography. And obviously, given the availability of the talent and the efficiency of it in India, we are a strong attractor of that. Again, there are estimates that about 2 million people are currently employed in global capability centers. And I think the rough revenue estimates which people put for global capability centers is somewhere between $65 to $75 billion currently a year. And looking ahead, I mean, certainly as we are moving to an era of AI, of higher skills, of advanced manufacturing, and also of, as I said, of social services of various kinds, we do anticipate a world which will put a greater premium on mobility. And we see ourselves, we are 1/6 of the world's population. But I think if you look in terms of the younger working age population, we would be somewhere between 1/6 and 1/4, would be closer to 1/4 actually of the global workforce of a certain demography.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal.
जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में?
Samajwadi parliamentarian makes an open jihad threat in parliament, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए.
Massive controversy over Madani's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Republic confronts Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind chief.
जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई.
Rajnath Singh slams Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy remarks on Hindu deities sparks a massive controversy. BJP calls out Congress's habitual insult of Hindu sentiments. Major speculations over Jharkhand. Chief Ministers meet with the Prime Minister. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on 4th of December. Amid Karnataka power tussle, Siddaramaiah meets Congress High Command, says will step down if ordered by Rahul. It's the most extensive coverage on the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic Sputnik ahead on live updates.
Rupee falls to record low, crosses 90 against the dollar. Start the edition with the latest coming in over Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's comment, where he's claimed that the country's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had sought public funds to build the Babri Masjid, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel prevented the plan from going ahead. Union Minister made the claims while addressing a unity march in Gujarat to commemorate Sardar Patel's 150th birth anniversary. Now, this undoubtedly has sparked a slew of comments coming in from the opposition parties. But first, listen in to what Union Minister Rajnath Singh had to say.
वल्लभ पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था। मेरे बहनों भाई,
Has now responded sharply to the comment that has been made by Raksha Mantri over Nehru using public funds for building or trying to rebuild the Babri Masjid. In fact, the masjid, which was basically demolished, the 16th century Mughal mosque, they say that there was an attempt that was basically being made by Nehru to continue funding Babri Masjid.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए। और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के, वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो।
It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji.
सरकार के अंदर है, कोई दस्तावेज दे दें। हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है। तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें। सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है।
Well, the BJP, in fact, has responded sharply by saying that the Congress party has essentially been lying and trying to hide their policies. In fact, this is what the BJP had to say.
मैं नेहरू जी का एक कोट करता हूं जो उन्होंने दिल्ली में 1959 में नेशनल गैलरी में ये स्पीचेस एट द इनॉग्रेशन ऑफ सेमिनार एंड एग्जीबिशन एंड आर्किटेक्चर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय ललित कला अकादमी एंड ऑल इंडिया फाइन आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट न्यू दिल्ली 17 मार्च 1959 17 मार्च 1959 को नेहरू क्या बोलते हैं एक कार्यक्रम में, some of the temples of South India, however, repel me in spite of beauty. I just can't stand. Why? I do not know. Cannot explain that. But they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise and keep me down in the dark corridors. I like the sun and air. In contrast, he found Taj Mahal as astoundingly beautiful. 17 मार्च 1959 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू क्या लिख रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं दक्षिण भारत के मंदिर कितने भी उससे मैं डिप्रेस्ड फील करता हूं। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है कि मुझे डिप्रेशन क्यों लगता है उन कॉरिडोर्स में मूव करते समय। तो इसका अर्थ हुआ कि वहां से लेके और आज तक राम मंदिर के शिलान्यास में न जाना, राम मंदिर की ध्वजा का विरोध करना, बाबरी मस्जिद बनाने का संकल्प लेना। वो एक पुराना गाना था ना, ये रईसी है खानदानी, वो रईसी नहीं, ये कहानी है खानदानी।
Getting in some more breaking news now, coming in from Chhattisgarh, where 7 Maoists were eliminated in a joint anti-Maoist operation that was conducted by the DRG Dantewada, BJP, STF, CRPF and the Cobra teams. This is in the West Bastar division along the Bijapur-Dantewada inter-district border, where 2 Jawans, we have been told, have lost their lives in the line of duty and one was injured during the encounter. Let me just quickly take you through some of the details of the operation that was carried out earlier today. In fact, we have just got details from the DRG Dantewada, Superintendent of Police, now confirming that during the operation, intermittent firing that took place between the police forces as well as Maoists that continued till about 9 o'clock this morning. And a confirmation also coming in from the IGP Bastar range, Sundaraj, who's basically confirmed now the dead bodies of 7 Maoists have been recovered from the encounter site, and along with it SLR rifles, .303 rifles and other arms and ammunition have also been seized from the spot. Let me go across to my colleague Bharat, who's joining us from Bijapur, getting us the latest details. Bharat, सबसे पहले ये बताइए कि इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को लेकर ये कब शुरू हुआ है और अब तक आपके पास क्या जानकारी है ये 7 माओइस्ट के बारे में? We'll try and reconnect with our Bijapur correspondent, getting us the latest details. We do have a confirmation that 7 Maoists have been neutralized here. As far as our Jawans are concerned, at least 2 Jawans, we are being told from the DRG Bijapur, they have also sustained injuries and first aid is basically being provided to them. This is part of a joint operation that was basically carried out by Dantewada Bijapur STF, the CRPF, Cobra teams and the DRG carrying out this entire joint operation. 7 Maoists have been eliminated is what we are being told. SLR rifles as well as .303 rifles have been recovered. In the last 7 days, remember this is the second big operation that has been carried out by the DRG. In fact, we have just got more visuals of those Jawans who have also sustained injuries. We'll try and go back to the story in a short while from now till the time we get in our Bijapur correspondent. We're getting in some more breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to Indigo Airlines, which has cancelled over 70 flights, including those from Bengaluru as well as Mumbai airports. This is mainly due to crew shortages. Scores of Indigo flights were delayed at various airports as the carrier basically struggled to get the crew for operating its flights. Indigo so far has said that there have been cancellations and some delays that have also taken place. The details that we have with regards to the cancellation over 70 flights due to crew shortages, what we are being told. 38 Indigo flights have already been cancelled from Delhi airport today. Now, all that they've said is that this is because of technical issues and operational requirements. In fact, as far as crew shortages are concerned, what we are picking up is that this has basically happened after the new schedule that has essentially come in, and 35% of Indigo flights that were basically operated on time, that was on 2nd of December. Today, we are being told that multiple airports, including Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad and Bengaluru, have reported over 200 flight cancellations till about this afternoon itself. Now, the airline is essentially facing severe pilot shortage ever since the new flight duty time limitation norms became applicable last month, which basically lays out what the airline industry has been saying, more human rostering for the crew, and that is the reason why there's been a massive shortage of pilots, and that is exactly why Indigo is now facing delay and cancellations that have basically led to causing some major issues. Now, as far as a statement from Indigo is concerned, we haven't really heard anything from the airline, but airport officials are only indicating that there was no cabin crew available, so the flight had to be cancelled. Airline is now basically sending crew to different bases to operate the flights, but the shortage is such that things did actually go out of hand today.
And as far as Indigo is concerned, it seems that they have had to cancel several others, several flights, including Alliance Air and SpiceJet have also now reported that some cancellations have taken place. So that's the latest details coming in. Let me go across to GP Bajpai, aviation expert joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Bajpai, just for a quick understanding of what led to this cancellations of Indigo Airline, it seems that this is with regards to the FDTL norms that were basically brought in. What exactly are these norms that have been introduced, following which the airline is now facing massive shortages? Mr. Bajpai, if you can hear me. We seem to have lost the line with GP Bajpai. We'll try and reconnect. As we understand, this is because of the flight duty time limitation norms that have been introduced, following which there have been a change in the rostering of the pilots, and this has had a direct impact as far as operations of Indigo is concerned. And multiple airports where we're being told that Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad as well as Bengaluru have all reported flight cancellations. Roughly about 200 flights have been cancelled. These are the latest details, a story that we're going to track very closely. Now, as the clock ticks towards Navy Day on 4th of December, Indian Navy has now put out this video, which has ignited national anticipation with the stirring curtain raiser video titled Forged by the Sea, a cinematic tribute to the unyielding courage as well as unwavering commitment and unparalleled professional excellence of its sailors who safeguard India's vast maritime frontiers while propelling the nation's ascent as a blue water power. Watch this video.
The Indian Navy's journey begins where the land meets the endless blue, where silence has weight and courage has depth. Born of storm, shaped by pressure, forged by the sea. This is a force that stays ready, always. It sharpens its edge every moment, every wave tested, every horizon watched, every second ready. In the unseen depths, on the edge of the storm, they stand guard. The Navy's true power lies in its people. Men and women who carry the ocean in their resolve. And when the moment demands, their discipline becomes action. Their courage becomes command. This is the Indian Navy. Combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar, safeguarding seas for a Viksit Samriddh Bharat. Indian Navy, forged by the sea.
Russian President Vladimir Putin will be visiting India on 4th or 5th of December to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, one of the biggest outcomes of this visit will certainly be the final approval of a new military agreement that has been called as the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement. This agreement will allow Indian warships as well as military aircraft to refuel, restock food and supplies, and also carry out small repairs at Russian ports and air bases. Here's a quick explainer.
Russian President Putin is scheduled to undertake an official state visit to India. This will mark the 23rd India-Russia annual visit, a mechanism established in 2000 that alternates between the two capitals and has continued almost uninterrupted even during periods of global tension. The most concrete deliverable expected from the visit is the final ratification of the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, a pact first proposed in 2019 and initialed in 2021. Under its terms, Indian warships and military aircraft will receive facilitated access to Russian ports and airfields for refueling, replenishment, and minor repairs, while Russian forces will gain similar rights at select Indian facilities. The agreement is especially valuable for India in the Arctic, where Russia maintains an extensive network of bases along the Northern Sea route, and for Russia in the Indian Ocean, where India operates the largest number of forward logistics points among non-Western navies. Unlike the more intrusive Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement that India signed with the United States, RELOS is framed as a purely reciprocal arrangement without automatic basing rights or permanent foreign troop presence, which makes it politically easier to sell to the Indian Parliament and public. Beyond logistics, the two sides are expected to advance several major defense production programs that have been delayed by the Ukraine conflict and sanctions-related payment difficulties. India is seeking additional licensed production of the 11356 M-class guided missile frigates for its navy, with 2 ships already built in Russia and 4 more to be constructed at Goa shipyard with extensive Russian components. Progress is also anticipated on the joint manufacture of Ka-2260 light utility helicopters, where 60 units are to be assembled in India under the Make in India initiative, and on the long-pending acquisition of an additional batch of upgraded Mi-17 V5 medium lift helicopters. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, already in service with all the 3 Indian services and now being exported to countries such as the Philippines, is likely to see new orders for its extended range and air-launched variants.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western command leadership validated that Khyber Corp can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become battlefield reality. The exercise sends an unmistakable message that anyone planning aggression along our western border should understand the consequences have changed fundamentally. Any future attack will not be met with patient restraint, but with immediate, crushing force designed to inflict unacceptable damage before the aggressor can even fully mobilize. In an age where actions speak louder than words, where military strength must be demonstrated, not just claimed, the Indian Army chose to show rather than tell. It displayed an offensive capability built on indigenous technology, networked warfare, and the ability to strike deep and fast. The message to Pakistan and to the world is crystal clear. India is no longer a reactive power satisfied with defending its borders, but a nation ready and able to punish aggression with overwhelming force. Exercise Ram Prahar was not just a military drill, but a declaration of strategic intent. And perhaps the most important aspect is that it required no accompanying explanation because the capabilities on display spoke for themselves.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started with the 6 stories that have set the agenda today. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi will be greeting Russian President Vladimir Putin with a warm namaste at Hyderabad House. The leaders will hold delegation-level talks focusing on defense deal, energy cooperation and expanding trade to nearly $100 billion by 2030. What is the inside scoop? We'll get you all that. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, meanwhile, says that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who wanted to use your, mine and every other taxpayer's money to rebuild the Babri Masjid, and this has ignited a huge political storm. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, meanwhile, is back with his Sanatan slander, sparking outrage by asking, are there 3 crore gods in Hinduism? While defending ideological diversity in the Congress party. The BJP workers have then burnt his effigy in Hyderabad, and union ministers have demanded an unconditional apology for insulting Hindu faith. Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind chief Maulana Mahmood Madani declares Jihad is sacred and it must be taught in schools. And the person backing him, ladies and gentlemen, and reiterating this remark is no other than a sitting member of parliament from the Samajwadi party. Also, after the truce meetings, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar are holding parallel meetings with the Congress High Command. It looks like all is still not well in Karnataka. And another heated debate in Parliament was on the Sanchar Sathi app after the massive backlash. The government has now rolled back the clause. What does it mean for you? We'll get you all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we start our edition with the first focus story that we are tracking that has set the national agenda. A historic handshake of friendship, a decades-old bond about to get a fresh glow. India is rolling out the red carpet as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives tomorrow for his first state visit since the Ukraine war began. From a private dinner by the Prime Minister to a packed strategic agenda, the India defense ties are set for a major reset. Here's all that you need to know about the major handshake that's going to happen in the national capital tomorrow.
Old partners India and Russia are gearing up for a new, upgraded chapter as Vladimir Putin touches down in New Delhi tomorrow. Putin will be welcomed with a private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a rare gesture signaling warmth and trust at the very top. On December 5th, the Russian president will receive a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, followed by bilateral talks at Hyderabad House, where the real business begins. high on the agenda, a labour mobility pact that will open doors for Indian professionals in Russia's construction, healthcare and hospitality sectors. Both sides are also pushing hard to expand trade, from oil payment mechanisms to securing long-term supply lines amid Western sanctions. Moscow has openly said it admires India's sovereignty and wants to shield bilateral trade from third country pressure. A potential free trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union is moving forward, and both leaders are expected to discuss boosting India's exports into the Russian market, a key priority for New Delhi. Defense ties, the backbone of India-Russia cooperation, will dominate the talks. The S-400 missile system, Sukhoi 57 fighter jets, and long-pending joint projects are all on the table, as Moscow looks to deepen strategic military engagement with India. Also expected is a major push on civil nuclear energy, including Russian small modular reactors and the completion of ongoing nuclear plants in India. The two leaders will head to Bharat Mandapam to address business leaders and jointly launch Russia Today's India Operations, a 100-member media bureau entering the Indian market. For India, securing the safe return of its nationals who were enrolled in the Russian military is also expected to be discussed. Putin has also linked this visit to Russia's wider Asia strategy, signaling that Moscow wants its ties with India and China to rise to a quantitatively new level. A private dinner, a grand banquet, big-ticket defense talks, and a roadmap for future trade, technology, and energy. Putin's visit is not just diplomacy. It's a reset, a reaffirmation, and a reminder that India-Russia ties continue to carry weight in a changing world. As President Putin arrives tomorrow, all eyes are on New Delhi, where old friends meet again, ready to script their next chapter.
And on to our second top story. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh claim has brought back the Babri debate back in focus. This after he claimed that the country's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, had sought public funds to rebuild the Babri Masjid. But Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel prevented the plan from going ahead. The Union Minister made the claims on Tuesday, that is yesterday, while addressing a unity march in Gujarat to commemorate Sardar Patel's 150th birth anniversary. There are several opposition leaders who countered the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's remarks, saying that the country's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, wanted to rebuild the Babri Masjid using public funds, and accused Rajnath Singh of ruling of the BJP of distorting historical facts. Here is how this remark of Rajnath Singh has become the center point of a huge political debate.
In a bombshell claim that has ignited a huge political storm, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has claimed that India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, of wanting to rebuild the Babri Masjid using taxpayer money.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई.
He said it was a plan that was allegedly thwarted by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे. जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन.
In a direct swipe at Nehru's legacy, Defence Minister claimed that the first Prime Minister sought to fund the reconstruction of the Babri Masjid, the site of the 1992 demolition, with public coffers. But it was Patel who stood firm as a true secular, blocking the move to avoid government involvement in religious matters. The remark made during a Gujarat event honoring Vallabhbhai Patel has drawn fierce backlash from the Congress, who are calling it a blatant distortion of history.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए, और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो.
Back in Delhi, the Congress camp erupted in outrage, branding Rajnath Singh's words a complete lie with zero historical backing. They point to Nehru's well-documented opposition to state funding for any religious site, including Somnath, arguing it proves the exact opposite of Rajnath's narrative.
It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji.
सरकार के अंदर है कोई दस्तावेज दे दें. हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है. तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें. सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो बहुत ही दुखदायी है.
This statement isn't just rhetoric, it's timed. Just days before the anniversary of the Babri demolition, stirring old wounds in the heart of Ayodhya's political narrative.
17 मार्च 1959 को नेहरू क्या बोलते हैं एक कार्यक्रम में? Some of the temples of South India, however, repel me in spite of beauty. I just can't stand. Why? I do not know. Cannot explain that. But they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise and keep me down in the dark corridors. I like the sun and air. In contrast, he found Taj Mahal as astoundingly beautiful.
As Gujarat's Rashtriya Ekta Yatra marches on, this Nehru-Patel Babri clash underscores the BJP's strategy to reclaim Patel's legacy ahead of key anniversaries. The Congress has vowed to counter with facts, but the damage, that's the real background.
At the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Executive Meeting, Chief Minister Revant Reddy sparked a massive controversy by rhetorically questioning two vast of the Hindu deities to underscore the diversity with his party, asking how many gods are there in Hinduism, how many deities are there, and are there 3 crore deities in Hinduism? Now he elaborated with examples like that of Hanuman for the unmarried gods, for those remarrying or drinking alcohol, and religion figures who receive offerings of alcohol, chicken, rice, etc., urging the Congress members to embrace such ideological variety just as Hinduism accommodates all. Now, the anti-Hindu slander by the Congress Neta hasn't gone down well for him. Here's why.
The Congress party is yet again facing backlash for another controversial remark. First on the Indian Army and now on Hindu religion. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy's controversial comments on Hindu gods have ignited a fierce backlash, with the BJP and Hindu organizations accusing the Congress of hurting religious sentiments. At a TPCC executive meeting, Revant Reddy said that Hindus have over 3 crore gods, each for different purposes.
హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండ్రా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోచమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు ఉండ్రు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
The comments triggered instant outrage, with the BJP calling them insulting, derogatory, and an attack on the Hindu faith.
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, और जो भी इस तरह की बात बोलेगा ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो, वो कहीं न कहीं उसका इमोशन आक्रांताओं से, मुगल आक्रांताओं से जुड़ा रहा हो, वही व्यक्ति ऐसा बोल सकता है।
Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Raksha Parishad has also voiced their condemnation of Revant Reddy's comments.
CM Revant Reddy's derogatory remarks on Hindu gods and goddesses is absolutely unacceptable by all the Hindu fraternity in our country. A CM who holds a constitutional post should have a basic sense of what to talk and what not to talk. What kind of remarks can ignite and the belief system of our country. And mocking Hanuman Ji today means he's mocking the soul of our nation. He's mocking the very belief system of Sanatana Dharma. He is mocking the civilizational strength of our nation, our heritage, our culture. Does he actually has any kind of guts to address the same kind of an ideology or the free speech, what we call it as? When we say free speech, can he address the same kind of version to any of other religious heads or their gods? We demand an unending apology from the Chief Minister, who has heard the sentiments of several Hindus of this nation or across the globe.
Congress leaders are in damage control mode, insisting that Revant Reddy's words were misunderstood.
In a party meeting at Gandhi Bhavan, addressing the cadre, he said that Congress is existing from the last 140 years. There are so many leaders who leads the state units, so there are followers who follow different leaders. So he has compared that with the Hindu following the gods, multiple gods. So he compared that, talking about our own political party, how it existed and why the other political parties haven't existed for 140 years. But the BJP is taking it the other way in the state of Telangana and trying to polarize, trying to again use the caste and gods into the politics. But Revant Reddy's ultimate thing, what he said is not to hurt anybody's sentiments.
The political controversy shows no signs of cooling down, as Revant Reddy's remarks on Hindu deities have sparked widespread outrage, leading BJP to criticize the Congress-led government in Telangana.
Maulana Mahmood Madani, president of Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind, ignited a national controversy, declaring that jihad is sacred and that it must be taught in schools to dispel widespread misconception linking it to terrorism, emphasizing that concept exists in all religion and that it should be explained, including its types, conditions, and who can undertake it. Now, as the opposite of violence, he calls it, what followed the statement was worse. A sitting member of parliament of the Samajwadi Party almost parroting what the Jamaat Ulama-e-Hind chief said. Here is how this has ignited a huge political debate.
A fresh storm has erupted. Maulana Mahmood Madani has done it again, calling jihad sacred and insisting it must be taught in schools. Madani says the term has been twisted and accuses political leaders and Sanatan voices of equating jihad with terrorism. In an interview, he doubled down, claiming jihad is vital for the nation and must be introduced in school education to teach its true meaning. But when Republic confronted him on his controversial pitch, Madani evaded the question, dodging every direct query.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर। आपसे स्टेटमेंट सर आपकी जो राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर आपकी जो राय है आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में एक सेकेंड
This comes amid heated debate over Al-Falah University case and his earlier warning of whenever injustice occurs, there will be jihad. Adding fuel to the escalating row, Congress MP Imran Masood backed the idea of teaching jihad, saying jihad is a term that should be taught. It is for the country and for the nation. The controversy deepened further in Parliament with Samajwadi Party MP Mohibullah Nadwi declaring in Lok Sabha that injustice being done to Muslims means jihad will have to be done.
जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म।
धन्यवाद।
But the endorsement triggered a fierce counter-attack from the BJP with MP Sudhanshu Trivedi accusing Congress of promoting what he called a Muslim League Maoist mentality.
मुस्लिम लीगी माओवादी मानसिकता में कांग्रेस की सीमा तक चली गई है कि एक इस्लामिक धर्मगुरु मौलाना मदनी के द्वारा जिहाद शब्द के बारे में बोले जाने पर कांग्रेस के नेता इमरान मसूद आकर व्याख्या करने लगते हैं। मतलब आपको कौन सी ऐसी गरज पड़ी है कि एक बिल्कुल मजहबी विषय के ऊपर आकर आप उसका बचाव कर रहे हैं।
A remark that has once again triggered national outrage, putting the definition and politics of jihad back in the spotlight.
Now, a day after Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar had put up a grand show of unity at the breakfast meeting, there are fresh political speculations that have begun to fly, where General Secretary Kesu Venugopal was today greeted at the Mangaluru airport with loud chants in support of D.K. Shivakumar. And this, viewers, has once again added fuel to the ongoing power tussle between the Chief Minister and his deputy. Take a look at what happened today.
The Karnataka tussle has once again caught the viewers' attention. From past few days, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar have met each other 2 times for the breakfast meet. Following the meet, both leaders expressed positive views on it, but hours later he gave a cryptic message. Siddaramaiah said that anything can happen in politics. However, in a significant development, an all-out slogan war erupted at airport when KC Venugopal arrived at the Mangaluru airport. Followers of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar gathered in large numbers and raised slogans demanding he should be made the next Chief Minister. And it did not stop here. Supporters surrounded Venugopal's cars, chanting DK, DK, and insisting that party leadership elevate Shivakumar. Soon after, as Siddaramaiah landed in the city to attend the Guru Gandhi Dialogue Centenary program, his followers immediately broke into Siddhu Siddhu chants. Meanwhile, D.K. Shivakumar totally brushed aside the political chatter surrounding the slogan raised in his support.
It is the DK is going on last 10 years. Sir. There is not nothing new in it. When people started speaking on Modi, people are speaking on DK. Some people speak on Rahul. Some speakers take Siddhu. There is nothing wrong in it. What is there? With their love and affection, they speak. We should take it in a very sportive way.
Now, with the competing chants, public displays of strength and internal jibes, is Karnataka witnessing mere political posturing, or is the power struggle out in open once again?
And the last story of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, usually debates over digital initiatives inevitably have always ignited a familiar storm, beginning with the earnest concerns among people about the user rights and the privacy before devolving into the app. Now, the latest flashpoint in this regard is the Sanchar Sathi app, a government-backed cybersecurity tool that has been launched this year, in fact, in the year of January, to combat the telecom fraud by verifying their certain devices, numbers, and even blocking or lost stolen phones. They have also been responsible in flagging suspicious connections. After the backlash that was raised by the opposition's flagging security concerns, the government has now rolled back a certain clause saying that this app is certainly not mandatory for all the viewers. Here is why it matters to you.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
अपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो अपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इसमें विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है। आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है। इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है। इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कही।
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
And that's all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. It's time for us to now slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking with my colleague Abhishek.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story. with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible.
जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में?
Samajwadi Party MP makes open jihad threat inside Parliament, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए.
Massive controversy over Madni's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Republic confronts the Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind chief.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था. मेरे बहन भाई,
Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy remarks on Hindu deities spark a huge controversy. BJP calls out Congress's habitual insult of Hindu sentiments. Major speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meet with Prime Minister. Congress calls for key meeting in the state on December 4. Amid Karnataka Partasal, Siddaramaiah meets Congress High Command, says will step down if ordered by Rahul. The most extensive coverage on the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic Sputnik ahead on live up. All right, we are getting a breaking news development, and this is about Indigo facing major operational crunch with around 130 flights cancelled across key airports and terminals, struggling with heavy backlog. Delhi reported 38 cancellations by early afternoon today, while Mumbai saw 32, Bengaluru about 40 and Hyderabad 20, affecting both arrivals and departures. The widespread disruptions led to significant passenger inconvenience as airports dealt with mounting delays and crowded terminals. Major operational glitch there for Indigo Airline, and not the right pictures to use. These are of a welcoming of an airport. These pictures are of welcoming of an aircraft. But we have seen how in the case of Ahmedabad, for example, for a good 12 hours and more, Indigo passengers face delays because many of their flights were cancelled or not available because of some tech glitches. And now it seems that it's wider and 130 flights are affected across the country. Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Delhi, Ahmedabad, among other places where Indigo is facing this crunch. Let's listen to one of those chaos pictures.
बैंगलोर का क्या कह रहे हैं बैंगलोर से हमसे
CS Randhawa joining us for more on this. Very good evening to you, Mr. Randhawa. What's your understanding of what kind of tech glitch would have led to Indigo facing these disruptions of 130 flights across the country?
Okay, first and foremost thing, I think the ongoing situation which continued for the software upgrade, which was due till to be completed by 30th of November. And YASA had very clearly stated that in case the aircraft do not undergo the modification in the software, the aircraft cannot fly after 30th of November, 5:30 Indian time. Now, that could be one reason if they have not upgraded all the aircraft, but then what we heard as per our news, what we received, that they had upgraded all the aircraft with the current software. So the next question comes is that these flight cancellations are partly due to the crew shortage. Incorrect rostering could be one of the issues. And you see, Indigo is operating almost 2,200 flights, per day. And these cancel multiple airports where the maximum flights have been affected or the cancellations, Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. These are the places where it is affected. The FTTL could be a cause and constraints in rostering the pilots. So this could be one of the main reasons. Right. For the crew shortages. And they have not been able to, give proper assistance to the passengers and convey the information in time. And that has led to total chaos, I would tell you this modification started just towards 28th. Prior to that, I had traveled and on Indigo flight to Delhi. On both the sectors, it was delayed more than 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours. So this is nothing to do with the upgrade of the software. They have been facing this. This was building up. In fact, it started last week. The delays and cancellations. And I could see on the board a lot of flights delayed and some were cancelled. So this is an after effect of the shortages in the crew. And I don't think so. There is the cabin crew shortage. This is more pertinent to the cockpit crew shortage, which would be the attributable reason for the delays. And also added to that is the congestion at Delhi and Mumbai airport, which is pertinent during the winter season. Winter is picking up, but still the visibility is not bad. So the handling of the number of flights at especially Delhi it causes delays and all that. But these delays cannot lead to cancellation of flights. So this is very clear that it is because of the shortages of crew and incorrect rostering practices, and maybe some FDTL issue also.
Right, Mr. Randhawa. Thank you so much with that perspective on the crisis ailing Indigo Airlines. It seems today 130 flights disrupted. Of course, not all of their flight schedule, but substantive bit for thousands of passengers to get inconvenienced. Moving on, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 2. Five-member Congress committee was formed ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. The panel consists of Girish Chodankar, Suraj Hegde, Nivedit Alva, K. Selva Perunthagai and S. Rajesh Kumar. The committee is basically formed for the election-related matters, specifically for seat-sharing negotiations. A meeting regarding the same is underway at the Congress head office, Satyamurthy Bhavan in Chennai. Ahead of West Bengal's assembly elections, Prime Minister Modi met BJP MPs from Bengal today in Parliament. The Prime Minister directed the MPs to work hard and ensure victory for the party in the state, suggesting that the fight against the current regime must continue. Various strategies were also discussed during the meet, which included highlighting the benefits of a double-engine government and exposing alleged corruption. The Railway Department conducted an intensive investigation today in Lucknow as they received information that Bangladeshis and infiltrators were living in slums near the Lucknow railway station. Following this, the department, in collaboration with the police, launched Operation Cleanup. However, more details are still awaited as to further progress in the investigation. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Wednesday stated that her ministry does not issue advisory or directions to Life Insurance Corporation of India, the LIC, regarding its investment decisions, and emphasized that the investments that the state-owned insurer made in Adani Group were as per established SOPs. All right, the government rolled back the pre-installation feature of the Sanchar Sathi app for mobile phone manufacturers under pressure from the opposition. The government sources tell us that they decided to do so because they did not want negative perception created by the opposition about the app being some kind of a spyware from its utility getting compromised in the eyes of the people.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
ऑपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो ऑपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इस पर विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है। आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है। इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है। इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कर रही है।
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
All right, political controversy at the hands of Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy. Now, the first time seems like underscoring Congress culture, attacking Hinduism, Hindu gods, Sanatan Dharma. This time, Revant Reddy, while addressing an internal Congress committee meeting, equating the plurality within Hinduism with some kind of Congress culture. It's become a big row with the BJP hitting back. First, listen to Revant Reddy in those comments.
ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండ్రా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు ఉండ్రు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండ్రా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు ఉండ్రు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
This is same Revant Reddy who last week said Congress is a Muslim party, so you get the drift. BJP, of course, came back with a ton of bricks on the Telangana Chief Minister for equating Hindu gods with some kind of Congress culture. Listen it.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री रेवंत रेड्डी ने जिस प्रकार से हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में अपमानजनक, अवांछनीय कमेंट किए हैं, उसे किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता। और एक तरफ ये वही मुख्यमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने अभी जुबली हिल के चुनाव में ओपनली बोला था कांग्रेस मतलब मुसलमान, मुसलमान मतलब कांग्रेस। आपको पूरा तहे दिल से मुस्लिम समाज के साथ जाइए, कोई समस्या नहीं है। आप हम सफर, हम प्याला, हम निवाला, हम राज हो जाइए, हमें कोई समस्या नहीं है। मगर हिंदू धर्म के देवी देवताओं को गाली देंगे तो यह बर्दाश्त करने योग्य नहीं है।
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है। यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के मनसा के अंदर किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं के खिलाफ एक जहर भरा हुआ है वो दर्शाता है। रेवंत रेड्डी कहते हैं अपने एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी की मीटिंग में कि यदि भगवानों के बीच ही कंसेंसस नहीं है तो हमारे बीच में कंसेंसस कैसे हो सकता है, हम कैसे कंसेंसस बना सकते हैं। यह हिंदू धर्म क्या है? ये सनातन धर्म में 3 करोड़ देवी देवताएं हैं। बैचलर के लिए हनुमान जी हैं, जो 2 शादी करते हैं उनके लिए कोई और भगवान है, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो शराब पसंद करते हैं, कोई ऐसे भगवान है जो टॉडी पसंद करते हैं, वेजिटेरियंस दाल रोटी खाने वालों के लिए एक अलग.
Okay, big breaking coming in, and this is connection with the Madurai Deepam episode. Now, following the failure to light the beacon on the Deepathon or the lamp pillar at the top of Tehrik-i-Taliban Hill, the Madurai bench has ordered that the petitioner, along with 10 persons, be allowed to go to the Deepathon at the hilltop to light the Karnataka or the lamp. The bench also directed the Central Industrial Security Force or the CISF to provide necessary security for the process. And the Hindu organizations, of course, have been staging protests, and they have tried to go inside and barge in. There has been anger over Tamil Nadu government move not to allow the lighting of the lamp or the beacon. And now the court intervening, Madurai bench of the Tamil Nadu High Court intervening and allowing the lighting of the lamp. The State Department is still not letting it happen, and that is the reason why this scuffle, this physical altercation is happening between the police and the devotees. It seems these are pictures coming in. The lamp lighting procedure halted by the Tamil Nadu administration despite a court order. And that's the reason why these protests are happening. Rama Ravikumar, the petitioner in this case, has sought contempt of court action against the Tamil Nadu government regarding Thirupannakundram Karthigai Deepam celebration. Justice G.R. Swaminathan, who heard the case and ordered the executive officer of the temple and the Madurai City Police Commissioner to appear via video conference at around 6:05 p.m. as the lamp was not lit on the Deepathon as per the court order. We have Sharda joining us, our correspondent from Chennai, over the phone. Sharda, please explain to us, has the court decided to proceed with the contempt of court proceedings, and how's the situation on the ground?
Well, as of now, the court has decided that the government has made a contempt of court as they did not light the lamp at 6 p.m. as per the orders given to them on December 1. Now, Justice Subramaniam has stated that the person who filed the petition has the right to go and light the lamp in the Deepathon along with 10 others at the same. While multiple arrangements were made today afternoon by the HRNC department to light the lamp, around 5:45 the entire team came down stating that the government had called them for a talk. But after that, the lamp was not lit, and following which now Justice Subramaniam had taken a call and a conference and stated the person who is protesting has the right to go and light the lamp and allow them to do it. Now, following this, tomorrow a case is expected to be heard in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court for the contempt of court by the HRNC department of the Tamil Nadu.
Right. Thank you so much. Another hearing tomorrow to decide the fate of the lighting of the lamp at the Deepathon of the Thirupannakundram temple in Madurai. All right, with that, we come to an end of this bulletin. Short break, and you have this is exclusive on the other side.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we bring to you a deep Republic investigation. Are we really rolling out the red carpet for Rohingyas? A question that was asked by the Chief Justice of India. A report now that has been done by my colleague Aishwarya in Hyderabad shows that there are 31 camps in just one city. In fact, it's a pan-India investigation that is being carried out. This is just part one of our investigation, which goes on to indicate that Rohingyas who are basically settled in the heart of Hyderabad do have Aadhaar card as well as various other government ID verification cards. And it seems that there is some sort of a political patronage that has also been given to the Rohingyas. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through a detailed report coming in from Hyderabad. And the other big story, the joint collaboration between Republic TV and news agency Sputnik, getting you the latest on Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit. All this and much more. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic TV investigation exposes how infiltrators have been living in large numbers in Hyderabad. Infiltrators confess to Republic how over 30,000 infiltrators have been living in Hyderabad across 31 camps. Countdown has begun for Russian President Putin's much anticipated visit to India. Ahead of Putin's visit to India, Kremlin spokesperson confirms about the multiple high-level pacts that are likely to be signed during the visit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Republic TV investigation which has now exposed how infiltrators from Bangladesh as well as Myanmar have basically settled in Hyderabad across 31 camps. And not just that, they have essentially confessed that they've come from villages in Myanmar and they had similarly reached India, and that an estimated 30,000 people from Myanmar were staying in local camps, which they described as numbering more than 20. The investigation suggests that many crossed over without any difficulty, highlighting what the report portrays as widespread and organized illegal entry into the country. We're going to take you to some of the big takeaways from this investigation. The very fact that on camera they have now basically admitted that yes, they do have government ID cards, which essentially means that this is the first stepping stone for settlement in India. And not just that, when questioned about whether at all there has been a political patronage or not, there is also a response that has essentially come in from them. And it does not end there. It seems that some Western organizations also have vested interest in these very camps. It turns out that they have put out aid camps at these very places, and this is right in the heart of Hyderabad, where my colleague Aishwarya entered and managed to get them on camera. Take a look.
देश में हाल बहुत बुरा है, मार दे रहा, वो सब चला दिए, कुछ भी नहीं होना, दफा हो जा रहा, कलमा छोड़ो, यहाँ से चली गई, मुसलमान मिशन नहीं रहे, मुझे दिख रहा है जला दे, जान से मार दिया, हजारों न्यूज में देख रहे हैं। तो यहाँ कैसे आए हैं? बस से, ट्रेन से, पैदल, जंगल से, पानी का नदी से, 8 दिन 8 लगता है।
कितने लोग के साथ आए हैं?
अपन कैसा भी नहीं, एक दो करके ऐसे चुपके दो रास्ता पे निकल जाना।
आपका फैमिली के साथ आए हैं?
नहीं, खाले का।
कितने फैमिली मेंबर्स रहते हैं आपके यहाँ?
बहुत है यहाँ पर, बहुत हजारों।
नहीं, आपके फैमिली मेंबर्स कितने हैं?
मेरा 6
वाइफ और बच्चे। तो आपको यहाँ पे कैसे
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, किसी को ना कोई लुसन करे, ना किसी को डिस्टर्ब करे, अपना मैंने से अपन जी रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, ये शॉप आप यहाँ आके रखा? अच्छा, तो आप क्या यहाँ पे कुछ सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट की?
कुछ भी सपोर्ट तो नहीं हमें, कुछ तो बुरा नहीं है, ना कुछ परेशानी है। पुलिस वाला आ रहा जा रहा, पुस्तक करके चले आ रहे, साल में एक बार एंटे में ले लेता अपन को,
लोकल सपोर्ट है कुछ पॉलिटिकली?
नहीं, लोकल वाला क्या सपोर्ट देता, अपना प्लाट लेके ऐसा किराया देके जुगड़े वाला क्या पड़े।
आपका नाम? और कुछ
तो परेशानी है।
तो लोकली भी आपको कुछ ये नहीं है कि खाना पीना और ये सब?
नहीं, वो रमजान आके कोई बांटता, कोई उसका जकात अगर आए तो बांटता, नहीं तो मिलने वाले को मिले, नहीं मिलने वाले छोड़ गए, किसी का लफड़ा झगड़ा उससे कोई फर्क नहीं।
आप ये शॉप कब रखे?
ये 2018 से।
तो आपका घर इसी शॉप से चलता है? कितने बच्चे हैं आप?
मेरा बच्चे 4 बच्चे। तो हम लोग किधर से है?
दिल्ली से, एनजीओ से।
कौन सा एनजीओ?
एमनेस्टी।
अगर क्या है, अपने की भी एक शर्त, कोई डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट आया अपना ऑफिस से एनजीओ मिनिस्टर का, मिनिस्टर से मिलके अपन से परमिशन ले, फिर भी मैं परमिशन दे दिया, गोस भाई आया बोल के। किसी को डरना नहीं, किसी को लड़ाई झगड़ा करने का नहीं।
Now, the other person that we've caught on camera is someone who basically describes for how long he has been in Hyderabad and how he has managed to settle his entire family in the city. Listen.
तो आप कहाँ से?
हैदराबाद से।
हाँ, तो आप यहाँ पे डॉक्टर इन सबको?
हाँ, जनरल फिजिशियन हूँ मैं, मेरे पास पेशेंट्स आते हैं, तभी बुखार, बॉडी पेन, ये लोग की इचिंग ज़्यादा है।
अच्छा।
ये लोग कचरा वो कूड़ा सुनते ना, इचिंग ज़्यादा होती है, तो दवाई मेरे पास से लेते, आज दवाई लेते, कल परसों वो कचरा बेच के पैसे देते, पैसे का बहुत दिक्कत है, थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल हेल्प होना है तो फिर मेडिकल कैंप चलाना। एवरी मंथ एक कैंप चलाना है।
अच्छा, तो आप नॉर्मली कितने कैंप्स हैं यहाँ पे पूरे? कितने लोग हैं
यहाँ पे? 21 कैंप से भरना।
21 है, अच्छा। 31 बोल रहे थे? 21
थोड़े लोग चले थे, 15 लोग।
अच्छा, 21 में पूरे कितने लोग हैं?
पूरे होंगे 30,000
हो गए। तो सारे आपके पास ही आते हैं?
नहीं, मेरे पास थोड़े आते हैं, उधर रोड पे उधर सब जगह जिसका डॉक्टर का पता नहीं।
और इनका मोस्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती है?
इनको क्या है, कोल्ड फीवर होता है बॉडी पे और ईटिंग ज़्यादा होती है। यही है कम्युनिकेशन। हार्ड वर्क करते हैं शाम को जब आते हैं तो बहुत वीकनेस हो जाता है,
Well, for all those who have been questioning as to what action should be taken against infiltrators and why should there be any action against them, one must listen to the fact that it does turn out that this has been done in a very systematic manner. The very fact that they've been living here for several years put together and the fact that they've managed to get their government IDs. The next soundbite that we're going to play out right now will essentially tell you that whether at all there has been any sort of help or not, or how exactly it is being done in a clandestine manner.
अच्छा, तो आप कितने छोटे थे जब यहाँ पे आए?
तो बहुत छोटा, 4-5 महीने।
4-5 महीने। क्यों आपके पेरेंट्स सब कुछ बोले थे आ गए थे हम यहाँ पे, कैसे आए?
करने वालों में।
तो आप तब से अभी आप यही कचरा कुछ करने वाला काम?
मैंने 4-5 साल
जाते हैं।
आपको जाना है फिर यहीं पे रहना है आपको?
आप लोग यहाँ आके पैदा हुए थे ना? अच्छा, कब से यहाँ पे हुआ बताओ? मतलब कितने सालों से आपके पेरेंट्स यहाँ पे आए? 10-12 साल। स्कूल आप लोग जाते हो? कहाँ पे? यहाँ चंद्रगुट्टा का गवर्नमेंट स्कूल पे जाते हो? तो आप सब लोग जाते हो स्कूल? कौन से क्लास में हो सब लोग? 5th। आप 6th। अच्छा, तो आपको यहीं रहना है कि वापस जाना है?
जाए तो जाना है। तो आप सब यहीं पे पैदा हो गए? आप
यहाँ आके ही पे?
आपको कुछ परेशानी
क्या
बोलो।
आपका नाम बताओ, आप यहाँ कहाँ से हो?
मैं रोशिक है। मैं इस तरह से काम करता हूँ, काम करता हूँ।
आप कुछ हिंदी आती है? तो आप हिंदी में बोलिए कि आप कहाँ से हो? अच्छा, ये काम करते हो? अच्छा, तो
आप कैसे आए? कितना मुश्किल हुआ आपको आने में? कैसे हो रहा आपका अभी?
मुश्किल नहीं।
कब आए थे आप?
15 साल हो गए।
15 साल हो गए। अच्छा, कैसे आए थे आप यहाँ पे?
यहाँ से बांग्लादेश में बस में ट्रेन में आए।
ट्रेन में, बस में?
यहाँ से बस में
पैदल भी आ गए?
पैदल में।
आप यहाँ कौन से कैंप पे रहते हो?
ये 25 नंबर में।
अच्छा, तो आपके कितने फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं?
मेरे फैमिली में 7 आदमी।
7 आदमी। तो बच्चे कितने?
5 बच्चे।
5 बच्चे। आपके वाइफ और आपके 5 बच्चे? अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम है कि लोकल में कुछ MLA में सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? कुछ MLA में सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आप?
बर्मा में बहुत ज्यादा लड़ाई हो रहा है, इसलिए सब लोग इधर आ गया। फिर बांग्लादेश में है, इधर भी है।
कितने फैमिली?
12 साल भी हो रहा, 10 साल भी हो रहा, 8 साल भी हो रहा है। ऐसा लोग सब लोग इधर भी है, उधर भी है।
कितने कैंप है यहाँ पे?
यहाँ पे 9 कैंप होगा।
अच्छा, आपका यहाँ पे कैसे मदद मिल रहा है आपको? क्या
कुछ भी मदद नहीं है। 9 दिन के पहले एक बार NCR का तरफ राशन मिला, थोड़ा सा चावल, 30 किलो चावल मिला, 10 किलो आटा भी मिला, और कुछ भी नहीं मिलता।
तो आप डेली रोजगार क्या?
रोज आटा छिलता, रोज घर वाला काम पे जाता।
आपको कितना मुश्किल हुआ इधर आने में आपको?
तो मुश्किल ज्यादा हो रहा है।
नहीं, आप कैसे आए यहाँ पे?
ट्रेन से आए।
ट्रेन से आए? अच्छा, कितने दिन लगेंगे ऐसे? कैसे कितना मुश्किल से आए थे?
8 दिन लगता।
अच्छा, सिर्फ ट्रेन पे? कितने अपने पूरे परिवार के साथ आए थे?
पैदल भी चलता 2 दिन, ट्रेन से भी 3 दिन लगता, 8 दिन लगता इधर आए।
अच्छा, ये लोकल में कुछ एमएलए वाले हेल्प कर रहे हैं आपके?
नहीं, कुछ भी
ठीक है। अब तो आप रोज में क्या करते हैं?
दूसरा लोग देता है ना 15 रुपया में, और सब लोग चलता है 1 किलो 15 रुपया।
अच्छा, कितने ये कैंप नंबर 27 में कितने?
25 है।
कितने फैमिलीज रहते हैं?
40 फैमिलीज रहता है।
40 फैमिलीज रहता है। अच्छा, तो आपको आप कब आए थे और कैसे आए थे इंडिया
से? हम लोग 12 छोटे सब हो गए यहाँ।
कैसे आए थे?
हम लोग तो बॉर्डर से गाड़ी पकड़ के ट्रेन पकड़ के आए।
अच्छा,
इधर कुछ मुश्किल हो रहा है आपको, मतलब कुछ परेशानी?
अभी तो मुश्किल नहीं हो रही,
सब सही है, सब बराबर चल रहा है।
तो आपको कुछ
लोकल एमएलए सबका हेल्प मिल रहा क्या?
हाँ, लोकल मेरे को कुछ भी लड़ाई उड़ा कुछ भी नहीं हो रही।
नहीं, कुछ एमएलए का सपोर्ट है?
कुछ भी हमारे को सपोर्ट नहीं है।
वो लोग आगे पूछ रहे क्या कैसे आपको कैसे खाना पानी मिल रहा है, क्या सब पूछ रहे क्या वो लोग?
नहीं,
सपोर्ट चाहिए तो
ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं पूछ रहे। हम लोग अपना अपना काम करके खा रहे थे।
यहाँ पे मोस्टली क्या काम करते हैं आप लोग?
कौन सा
काम क्या करते हो आप लोग?
हम लोग तो स्क्रैप का काम करते हैं।
ठीक,
There almost 30 families are living here with they're doing several menial works is what they are doing. This is one of the many camps that are in and around Hyderabad. This is, as we can see, this is one of the ginger and garlic business that they are doing. आपका नाम क्या?
मेरा नाम हाउसन अली।
हाउसन अली, आप कहाँ से हो?
हिंदी का
अच्छा, आपको आता है हिंदी में?
हिंदी नहीं आता।
हिंदी नहीं आता है। आप कहाँ से हैं? म्यांमार। कब आए थे?
आने का मेरा देश में झगड़ा है, रवारी है, हमारे का आकर क्या जान ले आ जा रही है। जान लेता है ना, विदेश में आ गए।
अच्छा, कब कितने साल हो गए यहाँ आके?
3 साल में, 2012 में।
अच्छा,
ये यूनिसेफ का हेल्प मिल रहा है आपको? यूनिसेफ वाले आके बात कर रहे हैं? यूनिसेफ वाले,
एनजीओ वाले, कुछ
एनजीओ वाले
या लोकल एमएलए वाले कुछ आके आपसे बात करके हेल्प कर रहे हैं?
हिंदी का ज्यादा।
अच्छा, ठीक है।
Shifting focus now to the big collaboration between Republic TV and Sputnik. Ladies and gentlemen, as Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India is expected tomorrow to further bolster mutually beneficial economic cooperation between India and Russia and pave the way for bolstering Indian exports across a range of sectors. Now, ahead of this, a Kremlin spokesperson has essentially spoken to Sputnik, talking about what is high on the agenda for Putin's visit to India. So what are we to really expect on 4th and 5th of December when President Putin is here in India in terms of the governmental agreements that are likely to take place? Now, this is a Sputnik news break getting us details of what's basically expected in the next few days. We have basically got some details of what is expected, and then we'll straight away go across to Sputnik Moscow reporter joining us. First, it's an informal conversation that's likely to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, and there will be official negotiations. There will be signing of the 10 intergovernmental documents and over 15 commercial agreements. There's a participation in a Russia-India business forum, and thereafter there would be media statements, a visit to the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial, and as far as who exactly would be present, we're being told that accompanying the President to India are 7 ministers, including Defense Minister Belousov and Finance Minister Sulanov, as well as Central Bank Governor, and a large business delegation is also traveling, is what we are being told right now. We'll straight away go across to our Sputnik reporter who's joining us from outside the Kremlin. Bella, thank you very much. You're joining us from outside the Kremlin. Some details that we've been able to pick up with regards to signing the mobility and economic pact. What more details are you picking up? What are we to expect once President Putin lands in New Delhi?
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to see you. And now I want to tell you about the most important topic now is our financial system. It's very important that Sberbank has implemented a system that allow money transfers between two countries in just a few minutes. And the Russian Central Bank will open soon an office in India. And it's very important because this operation can resolve all our financial issues, our financial matters that we have, and to circumvent sanctions, Russia and India have agreed to conduct transactions in our national currencies, Russian rubles and Indian rupees. And this helps to avoid all issues and problems with dollars that we have. That's all, maybe. It's a very important topic nowadays.
Well, I'll just request you to stay on with us because we are also getting in some more details with regards to the Chennai-Vladivostok deal that has already been signed and the movement that's essentially going to take place. India and Russia, what we are being told is ahead of President Putin's visit, we are also picking up details in terms of the Chennai-Vladivostok route, which is basically high on agenda in terms of the transportation of various materials that are likely to take place and how exactly Chabar would play an important role here. Let me go back to Bella, who's joining us from Sputnik's Moscow office. Bella, with regards to the Chennai-Vladivostok Pact, this was already signed in the past. In terms of the movement, in terms of trade, there is a clear indication that has come in from the Deputy Prime Minister that Russia essentially wants to double up trade right now with India. How exactly does Russia really view this? What are we to really expect on these lines?
I think Russia is very interested to help our friend as India. And nowadays, we creating the new area, our financial area, our military affairs relations, and our strategic planning is very important that we creating today. I think so. That's very important.
Thank you very much, Bella, for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, over the next 2 days, we would be having Sputnik's reporters from across the globe joining us and giving us insights into what is really expected from the meeting that's going to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. A joint collaboration with the largest team of reporters on the ground and a collaboration like never before. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Khyber Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western Command leadership validated that Khyber Corp can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become battlefield reality. The exercise sends an unmistakable message that anyone planning aggression along our western border should understand the consequences have changed fundamentally. Any future attack will not be met with patient restraint, but with immediate, crushing force designed to inflict unacceptable damage before the aggressor can even fully mobilize.
From jihad lessons to jihad call in Parliament. Open calls for jihad by two top Muslim leaders. No repercussion for seeking religious war, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet. NASA has discovered what is probably the most telling proof of life in space. And of course, all eyes are now on the much-awaited Vladimir Putin touchdown in the national capital. Meanwhile, Indigo viewers seems to be in a hot soup with multiple cancellations. We can only wonder what is happening to the most trusted airline in India. And in the world of sports, the India-South Africa match is also making headlines. And last but certainly not least, a particular Congress MP, quote-unquote, barked at media, quite literally. The internet, of course, is having an absolute field day. We have this and a lot more for you. I am Oyana, and this is Trending. A startling revelation has sent a buzz through the scientific world, viewers. Sugars essential for life have been found in pristine asteroid Bennu samples collected by NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. Even more surprising was that these samples also had a mysterious gum-like organic material and ancient stardust that predates our solar system. While this doesn't prove life once existed on Bennu, the find suggests that key building blocks for life may have been floating around the early solar system. Stick around, because the cosmic story may be far richer than one can imagine. The DNA carries our genes, but RNA is just as vital for life. Scientists have now found that the sugar ribose from RNA in asteroid Bannu. But what makes Bannu special is the absence of deoxyribose, the sugar found in DNA. Scientists spoke that this supports the RNA world hypothesis, suggesting early life may have relied on RNA to store information and drive reactions. So essentially, these space rocks are giving us clues about how life might have gotten its start. And meanwhile, viewers, many science geeks have reacted on this discovery and stated many facts related to it. One of the university involved in this discovery gave a positive response on it, whereas another scientist, Scott Sanford at NASA's Ames Research Center, is essentially peering back to the very dawn of the solar system. Meanwhile, one of the astrophysicists from the NASA's Ames Research Center talked about how remarkable this discovery was. All right, viewers, India witnesses an important development as the nation officially commences its hosting duties as Russian President Vladimir Putin officially lands in India tomorrow. This is ahead of the diplomatic visit that is impending, that is the 4th of December onwards. Hi viewers, Indigo faced a major operational crunch with around 130 flights cancelled across key airports and terminals, struggling with heavy backlogs. Delhi reported 38 cancellations by early afternoon, while Mumbai airport saw 32, Bengaluru just about 40 and 20 from Hyderabad, affecting both arrivals and departures. The widespread disruptions led to significant passenger inconvenience as airports dealt with mounting delays and crowded terminals. Viewers, the much talked about India versus South Africa series has its second ODI match played today, held at Shahid Veer Narayan Singh International Cricket Stadium in Raipur. And the moments from the match, priceless and absolutely a rage online. Let's take you through the plethora of viral moments leading up to this match and during the match. As for coincidences or lucky mishaps, today's match was off to an eventful start. Let's just say, viewers, that India might just be breaking records on another front too, at losing coin tosses. India's loss at the toss today recorded its 20th consecutive coin toss loss, the staggering run of which began in November of 2023 when India lost the toss in the ICC World Cup final. Since then, every international format, be it tests, ODIs or T20s, has seen the men in blue on the wrong side of the coin. Rohit Sharma led the team to a blistering start, thrilling fans, but the joy was short-lived as it hurtled to an abrupt end as the former India captain was dismissed for 14 of 8 balls, moments after smashing a hat-trick of 4s against Nandri Berger in Raipur. The dismissal raised instant drama, where Berger bowled one angling away at 138.5 kilometers per hour. Rohit defended tentatively, and Quinton de Kock leapt forward, claiming the catch. The on-field umpire remained unmoved, but South Africa opted for DRS, and the replay stunned Rohit. Ultra Edge showed a clear spike as the ball passed the bat, confirming the faint outside edge. Rohit, visibly surprised, walked back reluctantly after a promising burst that had put India in early control. Just minutes earlier, Rohit had lit up the stadium with 3 consecutive boundaries, including an edge drive through the cordon, a stylish flick through mid-wicket and another edge through the slips, showcasing both flair and fortune. Fans were left lamenting if only this momentum had lasted through the innings. The early dismissal of the hosts' openers with just 62 on the scoreboard left Virat Kohli and Ruturaj Gaikwad on the spot. And boy, did they live up the moment and all the heat and pressure that came along with it. With Kohli hitting a sparkling consecutive century and Gaikwad smashing 105 of 83 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes, the match was no less of a nail-biting experience for the Indian audience, leaving South Africa to chase 277 on a dewy pitch as India chased a series win. Our viewers, on the 3rd of December, Congress Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament Renuka Chaudhary made headlines for her unconventional response to journalists who were situated right outside the Parliament in the national capital. When pressed about a potential privilege motion against her stemming from an earlier incident where she brought a stray puppy to the Parliament premises, she imitated a dog's bark, quite literally. And on your screens are the visuals from the previous day when this entire controversy erupted. The Congress MP seen bringing in a stray puppy into the Parliament premises, after which, when she was confronted by journalists, quite literally, she barks at the media, and this is her response. Take a look.
आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल
Hi viewers, this bite has unsurprisingly gone massively viral. On your screens are the responses that are now coming in, and while the comments are many, the sentiment across the internet remains the same. Renuka has lost her mind. Our viewers, Kotak Mahindra Bank founder Uday Kotak on the 3rd of December said that Indian business should be ready to face the impact of Indian rupee hitting a record low of rupees 90 against US dollar and shake out of the comfort zone. That's not all. The veteran banker in fact goes on to blame foreign institutions selling Indian equities and said for now they seem smarter as local investors continue their buying spree. The rupee versus dollar row, viewers, has shaken up all of the nation, and yet another notable reaction to note is from our very own Union Minister Piyush Goyal. His take on the rupee depreciation against the dollar, emphasizing on the nation working towards a deeper integration with global trading partners.
The Indian economy continues to power on. Growth we have just seen is at 8.2% even in the second quarter, beating all estimates. We have seen the lowest ever inflation in the last few months. Foreign exchange reserves continue to be strong. Capital inflows and investments in infrastructure, consumer spending, all the levers of the economy have demonstrated a great deal of positivity. Merchandise exports are also on a strong wicket. If I remember correctly, some of you had reported about the October merchandise exports having gone down. Incidentally, November has gone up by a greater amount than what had gone down in October.
Okay viewers, let's revisit what he said. Kotak Mahindra Bank founder Uday Kotak said that Indian businesses should be ready to face what he calls the impact of Indian rupee hitting a record low of rupees 90 against the US dollar and shake out of the comfort zone. That's not all. He also went on to say, in fact, to blame foreign institutions selling Indian equities. Hot off the plates and straight to your screens, here are the hot trends of the day. Sparking fresh speculation, Miley Cyrus has everyone talking after she was spotted sporting a sparkling diamond ring at the Avatar Fire and Ash premiere, and all eyes instantly shifted to a long-term partner, musician Max Morando. The two have been linked since late 2021 after meeting on a blind date, and since then they've kept things private yet quite steady. Quiet romance, low-key appearances, and even a few music collabs were along the way. And there's excitement outside Gurgaon's Magnolia Bakery has been soaring with hour-long queues every single day. In the middle of this craze, a local man named Deepak Sehrawat pulled off a clever free dessert hack. He bought extra treats, picked up his order, then sold the extras at double the price to someone still waiting. The profit covered his own bill, making his desserts effectively free. His new business opportunity unlocked video has gained attention over the internet and has now crossed 8 lakh views. Passengers on a packed Southwest Airlines flight got an unexpected holiday season surprise when a grey cat wriggled free from its carrier mid-air and started wandering down the aisles. And yes, someone caught it all on video. As chaos turned cute, a flight attendant gently scooped up the calm cat and paraded it down the cabin while the crew tried to locate its owner. Eventually, the rightful owner claimed the pet and the cat was safely returned to its carrier. India just pulled off a major defense milestone where DRDO successfully tested a fighter jet escape system using a high-speed rocket sled going 800 kilometers per hour. The trial validated critical safety steps. The canopy was severed, ejection sequenced perfectly, and even a dummy pilot was recovered successfully. Officials say this puts India in an elite club of nations, but can carry out advanced in-house escape system tests. Waves of happiness ran through as now Shubman Gill has been declared fit and is back in contention for the T20 International Series against South Africa after recovering from his neck injury. A source from BCCI confirmed he is likely to return as vice-captain. Meanwhile, the source also denied reports that board officials are planning to hold a meeting with senior players Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and head coach Gautam Gambhir on the increasing chatter around dressing room tensions. After facing online backlash, music composer and filmmaker Palash Muchal has now taken a spiritual approach. Palash Muchal recently visited Premanand Maharaj at Sri Radha Keli Kunj, his ashram in Vrindavan. A picture of Palash Muchal wearing a mask is doing rounds on social media. Earlier this week, he was photographed at the airport, making his first public appearance after the wedding was postponed due to multiple medical emergencies. Now, a day after actor Samantha Ruth Prabhu and Raj Nidimoru quietly tied the knot at the ultra-serene Isha Yoga Center, Raj's sister Sheetal Nidhi Moru dropped a wholesome family snap, basically the official entry pass, welcoming Samantha into the clan. With curiosity about the couple hitting peak internet levels, Sheetal shut down the noise with a heartfelt, drama-free declaration which goes, "The family is all in, fully, joyfully and without hesitation." Amir Khan Productions made the quirkiest film announcement with Happy Patel, Khatarnak Jasoos, which will be marking Veer Das's directorial debut. The film also features Veer Das and Mona Singh, but what caught the internet's attention was Imran Khan's much-awaited comeback after a decade with a surprising glimpse in the announcement video. His last release was Katti Batti with Kangana Ranaut in 2015, followed by his directorial debut with the short film Mission Mars, Keep Walking India in 2018. Fans can't keep their calm as star Ranveer Singh is about to make his return to the big screen after 2 whole years. But there is one more reason that makes this film special. Dhurandhar now stands as the longest Bollywood release in the past 17 years. With a runtime of 214 minutes, that is 3 hours and 34 minutes, Aditya Dhar's action drama surpasses all major Hindi films since Ashutosh Govarikar's Jodha Akbar, that was 3 hours and 33 minutes, released in 2008. And there's good news for all the Potterheads watching our show this evening. New pictures of Daniel Radcliffe and Tom Felton, who played Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy respectively in the celebrated franchise, shows the pair reuniting in New York City recently. What makes this reunion all the more special is that it was captured after more than a decade. The picture that has now gone viral shows the two co-stars hugging and exchanging greetings. They were last seen together in 2011 at the premiere of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in New York. And viewers, ahead of Navy Day 2025, the celebrations and tributes of which are impending on the 4th of December, that is tomorrow, the Indian Navy took to social media platform X to celebrate the courage, the commitment and the professional excellence of their forces. A force that protects us at sea and catalyzes India's maritime rise. And this, viewers, is how we close this show tonight with a tease into what lies ahead for the Indian Navy. Thanks for watching.
The Indian Navy's journey begins where the land meets the endless blue, where silence has weight and courage has depth. Born of storm, shaped by pressure, forged by the sea. This is a force that stays ready, always. It sharpens its edge every moment, every wave tested, every horizon watched, every second ready. In the unseen depths, on the edge of the storm, they stand guard. The Navy's true power lies in its people. Men and women who carry the ocean in their resolve. And when the moment demands, their discipline becomes action. Their courage becomes command. This is the Indian Navy. Combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar, safeguarding seas for a Viksit Samriddh Bharat. Indian Navy, forged by the sea.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला. प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and
from the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine.
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
I want Gen Z of this country to know that their country will be taken over by foreigners. Don't let Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Kharge confuse you about SIR. SIR is an attempt by the Election Commission to clean up the electoral rolls which have been infiltrated by infiltrators. India is for Indians. India is not for Bangladeshis. They will take our jobs, they will take our livelihoods, they will take our land, and they will challenge our way of life. We have to put an end to this. Look at what Mamata Banerjee has done in Bengal. These are the vote banks of Congress Party and Mamata Banerjee. Did the infiltrator follow the rules while infiltrating into my country and threatening my existence? Can we make infiltration into a national issue? This is not about politics and politicians. This is about you.
When they globalized, they thought this globalization will benefit only people who know how to operate economics. China did not know how to operate economics, but it knew how to operate the people who operate economics, and they looted America. America produced a Frankenstein monster by giving more MFN facilities to China, giving them all the technologies, and China became the factory to produce goods for America, and of course all kinds of political influences were there to defeat Russia, which was the greatest ambition of America, which made them expand the NATO, which has resulted in the Ukraine war. But India was always careful. We calibratedly accepted globalization. We never wholeheartedly accepted globalization. It is because the society of India would never allow globalized ideas to enter. That is the reason why we are a different society.
From Moscow to Delhi, the world is watching as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in India. Stay tuned to unprecedented on-ground coverage. I'm Bella Nagoeva reporting for the Republic Sputnik joint broadcast. The best of India and Russia. Republic and Sputnik get you the most comprehensive coverage of the Putin-Modi summit.
From Moscow to Delhi, the world is watching as the Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in India. Stay tuned to unprecedented on-ground coverage. I'm Michael Sukharev, reporting for the Republic Sputnik joint broadcast.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the debate tonight, big controversy and why Rajnath Singh is right when he says that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the Congress party, which has said that Congress means Muslim and Muslim means Congress, now insults Hindu gods and deities from an open forum. And at 9 o'clock tonight, why this talk of jihad inside and now outside Parliament is something we should all be concerned about. Why is everyone talking about jihad? Congress party does not know history. Rahul Gandhi does not know a single sentence of history, which is why he and his party are very angry that Rajnath Singh has said that Nehru, that is Rahul Gandhi's great-grandfather, wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. They are saying this is not right, it should not be spoken about like this. But the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, what did Rajnath Singh say? Rajnath Singh spoke at the Sardar Sabha in Vadodara, and he made a simple and factual distinction: Patel's secularism versus Nehru's Muslim appeasement. At the center of this controversy is one single question: what Rajnath Singh said. This is not a reinterpretation, this is not revisionism, this is a question. Did Nehru want public funds for Babri? Did Patel oppose him? Rajnath Singh said Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was truly secular. When Jawaharlal Nehru spoke about spending government funds on the Babri Masjid, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel opposed it. Please hear what Rajnath Singh said. I'll play the clip. Okay, that clip is apparently not there with us, but we'll go back to it. In any case, what happened was that the Congress party went into immediate meltdown. Now, we need to talk about whether Rajnath Singh spoke the truth or not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not WhatsApp history. This is the Maniben Patel diary. Maniben Patel, daughter of India's first Deputy Prime Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, covering the period from June 8, 1936 to his death on December 15, 1950. Every word that Rajnath Singh has referred to has been published, documented and archived. Here it is, page 24, verbatim entry, dated 20th September 1950. Nehru also raised the question of Babri Masjid, but Sardar made it clear that government could not spend any money for building a mosque. He told Nehru that the question of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple was quite different, as a trust had been created for the purpose and about 30 lakh collected. Patel told Nehru that it was a trust of which Jam Saheb was the chairman and Munshi a member, and no government money was going to be used for this purpose. This silenced Nehru. Nehru was against the reconstruction of the Somnath temple, and Nehru wanted government money to be used, ladies and gentlemen, for the Babri Masjid construction. This is the kind of Muslim appeasement. For some strange reason, the Congress party has been anti-Hindu all along. It's an anti-Hindu party, a Muslim-only party, and the Congress party pretends that Nehru was neutral on Ayodhya. He was not. On December 22nd, 1949, some people entered the Babri Mosque compound in Ayodhya and placed idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita under its central dome. On 26 December 1949, Nehru wrote an urgent letter to the then UP Chief Minister Govind Ballabh Pant saying, and this is a dangerous example, there will be very bad consequences. On February 1950, he wrote to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, keep me informed about the Ayodhya situation. There will be repercussions across India, especially Kashmir. Then he said, he writes to KG Mashruwala saying, I am convinced that if we on our side behaved properly, meaning Hindus according to Nehru were badly behaved, Muslims were well behaved, according to Nehru, Hindus were badly behaved. On July 1950, he wrote to Shastri, trouble may spread to Mathura. Nehru's lens was clear. Ayodhya equals liability, embarrassment, and an international problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality. So when Rajnath Singh says that Sardar Patel blocked Nehru's desire to use government funds for Babri, he's quoting a documented reality. The Congress party calls it a lie without providing a single counter document. Nehru's own letters show he is uncomfortable with Hindu sentiment. We are not rewriting history today. We are showing the mirror to this Congress party. A party which was founded by foreigners. A party which is anti-Hindu. A party which believes only and only in Muslim and only Muslim and only Muslim appeasement. Let's debate.
A sharp political charge. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh alleging that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted the Babri structure built using public funds.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
A claim that cuts right through the Congress's decades-long narrative on secularism. And this is what the Congress had to offer in response.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए, और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो.
A denial so thin that it collapsed under the weight of one diary entry and one letter. The BJP's counter-offensive was quick. Sudhanshu Trivedi, citing diaries, letters and published collections of Maniben Patel, daughter of Sardar Patel, to back Rajnath Singh's remarks.
जो राजनाथ सिंह जी ने उल्लेख किया कि नेहरू जी ने बाबरी मस्जिद का विषय उठाया था, जिसका स्पष्टीकरण भी दिया गया कि वो मनीबेन पटेल जी की पुस्तक में पेज नंबर 24 पे है। कांग्रेस उस समय भी भारत की इस मूल आत्मा के विरुद्ध खड़ी थी कि कांग्रेस के अंदर उस समय जो भाव था उसने आज बहुत विकराल रूप में कांग्रेस के वास्तविक चरित्र पे कब्जा कर लिया है, जो भारत के वास्तविक चरित्र से कंट्रास्ट में है, एकदम धुर विरोध में।
But while the Congress rejected the claim, another political front opened, this time in West Bengal. Just a day ago, a Trinamool Congress MLA issued an open dare to the administration, wanting to rebuild a Babri in Bengal.
बाबरी मस्जिद का शिलान्यास होगी 6 दिसंबर। स्टेट का मेरा नेता सब लोग को संहति दिवस भी उद्यापन होगी। मैं वहाँ का बेलडंगा में एक बाबरी मस्जिद 3 साल के लिए काम चलेगी, इसीलिए उनका भित्ति स्थापन होगी।
With Nehru's own records in question, Congress's rebuttal sounding thin, and the opposition leaders openly announcing Babri Foundation plans, the political battlefield has shifted again. And is Congress running from its own history?
The mistake the Congress party did was that it denied that Nehru wanted to take taxpayer money and use it for the construction of the Babri Masjid. Now history is something which is has many footnotes, many chapters, and it is also in a written format. That's why I've got Hindol Sengupta, who's a historian tonight, along with Sanju Verma, and of course Ratnakar Tripathi of the Congress and Tariq Ahmed Lari of the Samajwadi Party. I have the facts with me. Hindol, question to you. Did Nehru want to use government money to build the Babri Masjid?
Arnab, I want to point out the fact that Maniben Patel's diary has been used over the years, over the decades, as a valid source for research on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and other issues related to that time. So any quotation that is provided from Maniben Patel's diary is a valid research document. This is a document that many researchers in India and around the world have used. Maniben Patel's diary was also used by, remember, the secretary at that time, V. Shankar, to mention his own reminiscences of that time. Maniben Patel's diary has also been used to talk about Sardar Patel's engagements with the various princely states. So any reference made to Maniben Patel's diary and what she said about Pandit Nehru's engagement with Sardar Patel must be taken at face value and must be considered valid. I also want to make the other point that you were also alluding to, Arnab, which is that there was indeed a debate between Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and Pandit Nehru about the construction of the Somnath temple and other issues. And Pandit Nehru was indeed against the construction of the Somnath temple. Patel, in fact, left the task when he died to K.M. Munshi. It is also true that there are lots of archival references to Pandit Nehru being deeply uncomfortable about what was happening in Ayodhya. In fact, please remember that a lot of allegations were put finally on K.K. Nair, who was the local authority in charge, and he actually refused, in a sense, to do Delhi's bidding at that time, and in a sense let the idols remain in Ayodhya. But he faced a lot of chastisement from the central government of that time for this. So we have to put all of these things in context. And if we put all of these things in context, I do feel that Maniben Patel's diary and the words it contains should be taken at face value.
Yes, but it also means that a matter which was in the legal domain, Nehru wanted to intervene. And it has been in some form of contention for over 150 years. Nehru had decided, Ratnakar Tripathi, to support the Muslim side. Now this explains a lot, because this explains that the Congress party has been anti-Hindu and pro-Muslim on this issue, supporting the Muslim side's claim. I wonder why. Why did he do so? After all, the matter, he should have been equidistant from it. He was Prime Minister, but he took a decision to support the Muslim claim and in fact wanted to spend money to build the Babri Masjid.
So, are you done for this time? Shall I speak now?
Speak.
Yeah. So, if Nehru was pro-Muslim, anti-Hindu, with the same yardstick, Patel too was anti-Hindu, because he was his Home Minister till 15th December 1950. And I'm surprised. The historian said hundreds of words just to justify Maniben Patel's diary. I don't believe the daughters have privy to the official secrets and the discussions. Even then you just said that Nehru raised the question of Babri Mosque and then Sardarji clarified. So the thing was that Nehru said that if we provide funds for the reconstruction of Somnath temple, other party may raise the same about the Babri Mosque. Then Patel Sahab clarified, no, because it is being done by the trust and the fund is collected, it is a private thing. So don't distort the fact. Patel was you said Congress party was founded by a foreigner. And Sardar Patel was the president of this same party in 1931. And the university, Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya, Banaras Hindu University, from where I studied, was really founded by a foreigner, Annie Besant, Central Hindu College. The Central Hindu College was converted in Kashi Hindu Vidyalaya. It was the basis of that and the base of that. And CHC is still there. So don't hit it. And what will you say? Subhash Chandra Bose ji took help of the foreigners, Japanese, who were sympathetic to Hindus, and the Hindustan and the Bharat. So what will you say about it?
I think Ratnakar Tripathi, the fact is that, and I'd like to bring in, because it's a very serious issue. 1 minute, please, 1 minute. On December 22nd, 1949, some people entered the Babri Mosque compound in Ayodhya and placed idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita underneath its central dome. Nehru got worried. Nehru thought his international image will be affected. Right? He was also upset with the Ayodhya district magistrate K.K. Nair, who refused to remove the idols. The district magistrate said, I don't care if it is the Prime Minister of India asking me, but I will not remove the idols. At that point of time, Nehru wrote to Govind Ballabh Pant saying, I hope you will interest yourself in the matter. This issue will have consequences on all India affairs and especially on Kashmir. And then went on to say, I'm quite convinced that if we on our side behave properly, it would be far easier to deal with Pakistan. Which means if Hindus behave properly. For Nehru, Hindus were misbehaving. This truth has to come out now, which means that Nehru wanted to put the blame of the Babri Masjid situation, right, and whatever happened post-independence on the Hindu community, which means he's an anti-Hindu man. You want me to say it again? Nehru was as anti-Hindu as Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, patently anti-Hindu.
As Ram Manohar Lohia and as
don't even take their names in the same breath, Sanju.
As Madan Mohan Malvi ji.
No, I listened to him. I will not debate like this. Because when he was talking,
don't be
I was
angry.
absolutely quiet.
No, I'm not getting
I'm not angry. I just said that I was absolutely quiet. What do you mean, don't get angry? Am I not allowed to speak? I listened to him very patiently. Now, I don't want anyone heckling me. It's as simple as that. Arnab, you have very nicely elucidated. Nehru wrote a letter to Govind Ballabh Pant in 1949, showcasing his anguish and his angst at the fact that the Ram Lalla Murti was there outside the tent near the Babri Masjid premises. And he said, remove this or I will remove you as the chief minister. Finally, K.K. Nair, who was the district magistrate of Faizabad, which was the name for Ayodhya in those days, he lost his job. We don't know whether he resigned or he was asked to leave. That's not the point. There's also a letter by Nehru to Dr. Rajendra Prasad in 1951, where he says, I would urge you not to go for the inauguration of the Somnath temple because it reeks of Hindu revivalism. And he also asked C. Rajagopalachari, who took over as the Home Minister after Sardar Patel's demise. He asked C. Rajagopalachari to speak to Dr. Rajendra Prasad and ensure that Dr. Rajendra Prasad did not attend the Somnath temple inauguration. It's a different matter that Rajendra Prasad still chose to attend the Somnath temple inauguration. And the other very interesting thing that I want to mention here is that Prime Minister Modi recently called the Congress party as Muslim Maowadi Congress because the Congress party has never respected Sardar Patel's legacy. Rajnath Singh was right in saying that Sardar Patel died in 1950. After 41 years of his death in 1991, Patel was given a Bharat Ratna posthumously. Whereas Nehru awarded himself a Bharat Ratna in 1955, Indira Gandhi awarded herself one in 1971, and within a few months of his death, Rajiv Gandhi was also given a Bharat Ratna. It took more than 4 decades for Sardar Patel to get India's highest civilian honor, the Bharat Ratna. Well, the other interesting thing that I want to bring to your audience is that in October 2018, at Kevadia in Gujarat, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 182 meters, almost 600 feet long tall statue of Patel, what did the entire Darbari ecosystem say? Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Kapil Sibal, so on and so forth. What was the use of spending 3,800 crores on a statue of Sardar Patel? We'll never be able to recover, this money. We should have spent this money on hospitals, on, schools, colleges. And guess what? Today, every single year, more than 2.5 crore people go to Kevadia and take obeisance at the statue of Sardar Patel, which is one of the tallest remnants of his legacy. And I also want to say that this is the same Congress party which knocked on the doors of Supreme Court, Arnab saying, Prabhu Ram to hai hi nahi. Prabhu Ram to asitva hi nahi.
Again, we go to the moot point here, Sanju. We go to the moot point here. Because what is coming across, and that's why I wanted to begin the show with this evening on a Wednesday evening, middle of the week. You may be thinking why I'm not discussing other issues. This is so important because what we are beginning to realize, Hindol, I want to bring you back. And by the way, Hindol is an excellent historian from, if I'm not mistaken, he's done his master's in history from the University of Oxford and even has a PhD from Geneva.
जगह से पढ़े हैं क्या पढ़े होंगे फिर जब विदेशी ने पार्टी बनाई पार्टी बिगड़ गई ये विदेशी जगह वो भी ऑक्सफोर्ड कहाँ है सर
मुझे आपके टिप्पणियों पे कोई कमेंट नहीं करना है
नहीं आप कर भी नहीं सकते
What I'm saying is that the historical facts are that when Sardar Patel wanted to construct Somnath, Nehru was against it. He said Hindus will get revived. There'll be Hindu revivalism. But same Nehru, who was blocking the reconstruction of Somnath temple, wanted to spend money, Hindol, on constructing the Babri Masjid, which means the man was patently anti-Hindu and pro-Muslim. There's no problem being pro-Muslim, but being anti-Hindu at the same time is completely unacceptable. Hindol, can you put these two in perspective? Because you see, these people, as a Ratnakar jaise log, they will say that you're twisting the facts. I'm only presenting the reality. It is a slap in the face for people like Ratnakar Tripathi when they hear the truth from me.
I told you what happened there.
You don't know anything of what happened.
The other party might raise the question of Babri Masjid.
Okay, let's get Hindol in and then Tariq has to speak. Tariq ji and Hindol are on the debate.
Patel ji clarified.
Well, it also...
There was no need...
I'm bringing Hindol in on the historical facts. Thank you, please. Hindol and Tariq. Tariq, you must accept the facts or present counterfacts. Hindol.
Arnab, it's important also to note that there are reports suggesting that Rajendra Prasad ji, when he defied Pandit Nehru and went to actually inaugurate the Somnath temple, which, by the way, had been built entirely without using government funds, at that time, All India Radio, in a sense, even blacked out Rajendra Prasad ji's speech that he made. There are records suggesting this. So, there was this entire Somnath, and if you read K.M. Munshi writes with great anguish that when he received this letter from Pandit Nehru saying, why are you doing all these things? This is all Hindu revivalism. This will only create trouble. K.M. Munshi wrote a long letter back to Pandit Nehru saying that this is a civilizational project. The revival of Somnath means something to millions and millions of people, and that you do not wish to see it happen really grieves me and saddens me. In fact, he's also said that I have to complete this task nonetheless because Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel gave me this task before he died, and I have to fulfill my commitment. The Somnath must be restored. Please remember when Patel went to Junagadh after the plebiscite happened there, when Patel went to Junagadh and saw the complete disarray in which Somnath temple was lying, in a sense. It was broken, it was completely vandalized, it was in such great disrepair. He really felt as if his heart was breaking, and he writes that he made a commitment to himself and to the nation that the Somnath temple must be revived. It is very sad, and this is all recorded, the facts, no one can dispute this. It is very sad that Pandit Nehru really opposed the reconstruction of the Somnath temple.
So people watching this will realize what kind of fraud secularism the Congress party has been claiming. Pandit Nehru said that he is against the Somnath temple, Tariq Lari, because it can raise a question mark over whether the government is secular. But paying money for Babri Masjid was not a question mark over the secularism. This is the problem of the Macaulay mindset which the Prime Minister is talking about. And in fact, the real secularism was of Rajendra Prasad. Rajendra Prasad said, when Nehru threw a fit, saying, oh, Hindu revivalism, Rajendra Prasad told him, I will do the same with a mosque or a church if I were invited. This is the core of Indian secularism. Our state is neither irreligious nor anti-religious. Nehru wanted the Indian state to be anti-Hindu in nature, where Hindus are not expected to have temples, beliefs, faiths or public rituals. And these facts are coming out today, ladies and gentlemen, only on Republic. The pseudo channels will not cover it. In fact, that's why, Tariq Lari, the Congress governments always referred to the disputed structure as a mosque. They didn't call it a disputed structure. You understand, Tariq Lari?
दीजिएगा कुछ थोड़ा सा बीच में टोकेगा नहीं कोई। पहली बात तो पिछली बार में मैंने कहा था कि देश सेकुलर है, लेकिन देश पे जो राज करता है वो उसका धर्म होता है, वो अपने धर्म को फॉलो करता है। ये आपको भी याद है, मुझे भी याद है, पिछली बार डिबेट में ये बात हुई। तो दूसरी बात ये है, आपकी इतनी सारी बातों से मुझे अटल जी की वो बात याद आ रही है कि अटल जी ने मेरे फादर से कहा था, बल्कि मुझसे भी कहा था कि आप अपने दादा से पूछिएगा कि बीजेपी से बड़ी कम्युनल पार्टी कांग्रेस थी। तो आज आप साबित कर रहे हैं कि बीजेपी से बड़ी कांग्रेस पार्टी कांग्रेस। एक मिनट प्लीज, मैंने कहा था बीच में नहीं, आप बोल रहे थे संजू जी, मैं नहीं बोला, मैं बीच में डिबेट
बीजेपी को कम्युनल पार्टी बोलेंगे और मैं चुप बैठी रहूंगी।
एक मिनट रुक जाइए भाई, आप बात ही।
What is your definition of secularism? You believe that there's only one God, Allah, who's omnipotent, who's omnipresent. You call Hindus as kafirs. Your alliance partner leader, Imran Masood, says jihad is the holy fight. And he says every Muslim is a jihadi. But when I call people jihadi on national television...
Okay, Sanju, still let him finish, please, because I brought him in 25 minutes into the debate. You must please allow him. Please. Tariq Lari, please conclude.
तो ये बात अटल जी ने कही, हम समझे नहीं, लेकिन आज आप जो बता रहे हैं वो सुन के बहुत ताज्जुब हो रहा है अटल जी की बात पे कि अटल जी ने जो कहा था बिल्कुल सही कहा था। दूसरी बात ये है कि जो आप जिनके नेटिव्स की बात आप कर रहे हैं, जिनके आप हिस्ट्री निकाल रहे हैं पटेल जी की, साहबजादी की, तो वो कौन से ऑथेंटिक हैं ये मुझे बता दीजिए। सिर्फ उनका एक है कि वो पटेल जी की लड़की थी और कुछ नहीं था। जैसे नेहरू जी की लड़की इंदिरा गांधी जी थी, इससे तो उनकी कोई हैसियत नहीं। इंदिरा गांधी
आप भी बहुत क्लेम करते हैं। आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी रॉन्ग।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं जो कह रहा हूँ पहले सुन तो कंप्लीट बोल रहे दीजिए सर। जो आप कहते हैं इंदिरा गांधी को
I'll tell you, Tariq Lari, the fact that Nehru was against the construction of the Somnath temple is recorded in many texts, not one. नेहरू जो सोमनाथ मंदिर के खिलाफ थे, वो कई लोगों ने कहा है, सिर्फ मणिबेन पटेल ने नहीं।
स्ट्रक्चर तो मौजूद था, वो मॉस्क ऑलरेडी मौजूद थी और वेल बिल्ट स्ट्रक्चर था, मजबूत स्ट्रक्चर था।
बताइए, do you support jihad? Are you ready to say Bharat Mata ki jai? Are you ready to say Vande Mataram? You won't. Are you ready to say Bharat Mata ki jai? You won't. If I call you a jihadi, you will get, flabbergasted. You will start crying on national television that I am being abusive. But your own Muslim leaders are saying jihad is the holy fight. And let me say one thing to you. Do you condemn radical Islamist terror? Do you have the guts to condemn radical Islamist terror instead of giving bhashan to the BJP on secularism? मैं आज राहुल गांधी का एक ट्वीट पढ़ के आपको सुनाती हूँ. My warm greetings to everyone in Goa. Arnab, this is what Rahul Gandhi says today on the feast of Saint Francis Xavier. And then he says, blah, 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 Francis Xavier is very inclusive and peaceful and so on. This is the same Rahul Gandhi. Does he wish people on Diwali? Does he wish people on Raksha Bandhan? Does he wish people on Ramnami? Does he wish people on Ganesh Puja? Does he wish people on Durga Puja? Rahul Gandhi has eulogized Saint Francis Xavier, saying we should learn from him. And by the way, you should read the comments to that tweet by many historians who say Francis Xavier was the one who said, I hate Hindu idols. They stink just like the Hindu people. And what I love most is when those Hindus who used to once worship these black idols start destroying them. I'm all for baptism. I only love those Hindus who agree to be baptized. These are the words of Saint Francis Xavier. And Rahul Gandhi today says, सेंट फ्रांसिस जेवियर को याद करना चाहिए because he was the epitome of inclusivity. But the same Rahul Gandhi did not attend the Pran Pratishtha celebrations last year at the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. He did not attend the Dhwajarohan ceremony at the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir on the 25th of November last week, despite being given an invitation. Can you tell me, why has Rahul Gandhi not visited the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir till now? Why has Sonia Gandhi not visited the Ram Janmabhoomi
Because
temple
they lose the Muslim vote.
Why has Priyanka Vadra not visited?
Because they will lose the Muslim vote. Because they are a Muslim party.
Nothing like that.
What about Taliban?
Nothing like that.
Because they are like a Muslim party. They are a Muslim party.
No, it's not a Muslim party. It's a Taliban party. Congress is the most
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in very troubling times. We have to go back to our civilizational roots to make our country great. Nehru wanted to undermine Hindus. But can Hindus be undermined? Absolutely not. One of the world's largest and most ancient religions, civilizations, a way of life can never be undermined. But the Congress party will not stop. Today, most unfortunately, top Congress leader who said that Congress means Muslim and Muslims mean Congress has abused and insulted Hinduism, saying how many deities are there among Hindus. He says there are deities for people who drink, for people who demand chicken, for people who eat dal rice, for people who are unmarried, and those who are married twice. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not an ordinary Congress leader, it is Rahul Gandhi's right-hand man, Revanth Reddy, who is also a chief minister. If the Congress party has decided that it is going to be a Muslim party and a party which represents only Muslim interests, that does not allow it to deride and insult Hindus and Hinduism in the process of appeasing Muslims and the Muslim vote bank. Let's debate.
చేసుకున్నానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, రెండు పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళ కో దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు.
That was Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy unabashedly targeting the Hindu sentiment. A Chief Minister of a state ruled by the Congress party, the largest opposition party in India. If insulting Hindu gods was not enough, watch how he justifies his comment for an entire minute.
హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు, ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉందా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, రెండు పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళ కో దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
The controversy snowballed right after as the streets of Hyderabad witnessed protest against Revanth Reddy. The BJP was quick to pick up the issue and call out Congress's habitual tactic of endorsing anti-Hindu discourse.
जिस प्रकार से हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में अपमानजनक, अवांछनीय कमेंट किए हैं, उसे किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ। ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो।
कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है।
An open attack against Hindus by a sitting chief minister and a party high command radio silent. It's a new low for the party that preaches action against hate speech.
Again, begin with a very basic question. I think I have been asking for this. Dushyant Sridhar, well-known Hindu scholar, welcome. YG Madhuvanti, welcome. Pularao, I have been asking Sonia Gandhi to publicly declare her religion. Is she a Catholic Christian or a Christian from any other Christian church or sect or group or is she Hindu? Secondly, is Rahul Gandhi Hindu, a Janeodhari Hindu as has been claimed? Is he a practicing Hindu or is he a Christian? We're not sure because his mother, has not publicly declared whether she's Hindu. Now, not that it makes a difference. If you abuse Hindus, it doesn't matter. I will not ascribe it to any motive but your lack of knowledge and your ignorance if you're going to insult Hindus. But if you're going to insult Hindus' gods, if you're going to insult Hindu faith, if you're going to abuse Hindus, if you're going to mock Hindus, if this was said about any other religion, Abdul Razak would say, Sartan se juda. You speak 1/10 of all of this, 1/10 about Muslims or Islam. Madhuvanti, what would happen?
Sartan se juda.
Sartan se juda. But for Hindus, you have to be secular.
Sir, please understand the intent.
Should I start commenting on your religion?
Please understand the intent.
Should any of us comment on your religion, your religious faith, and mock you and deride you and caricature your religion? What will be your response?
Arnab ji, Hinduism,
no, you are caricaturing. You are caricaturing.
Hinduism is very
you
vast
cannot
and
comment
pluralistic.
on Vedic civilization because you don't know. My question is, why are you caricaturing Hinduism? Because you want to appease Muslims. I would also tell Muslims, not only Hindus must reject Congress,
Arnab
even
ji,
Muslims should reject Congress.
I will show you the way Ganesha is celebrated here, Ganesh Chaturthi. Arnab ji, you should please come to South India and see how Ganesh Chaturthi is celebrated here and the kind of different Ganeshas we have. Please understand the intent behind what he has said.
What do you know about Ganesh Chaturthi?
Explain that he's telling it in a lighter vein.
What do you know about Ganesh Chaturthi?
I do visit Ganesha pandals.
No, I do visit. I mean,
I have a lot of Hindu friends. I'm an Indian.
You have Hindu friends. Religion is not a party.
I am an Indian. I have
Religion
a lot of
is not a
Hindu
party
friends.
that you attend.
We together
Don't
celebrate.
Stop this fakery on me. Dushyant Sridhar.
He is just given an example.
Example of what? Example of what? Tell Dushyant Sridhar. I'd like to have him respond. Dushyant, just listen to his argument. Yeah. What example of what?
Example of pluralism. Example of pluralism, diversity. Even in a single religion, in a single community, there is vast difference. But everything joins together as one Hindutva. That's what he has meant. He himself has said in Telugu, I understand Telugu. He has said he is saying this in a lighter vein.
How many kinds of nikah halala are allowed?
Example.
How many types of nikah halala are allowed? Between a 75-year-old and a 10-year-old? Between an 80-year-old raping a 9-year-old, between an 85-year-old sexually abusing and assaulting a 10-year-old, how many forms of nikah halala allowed? How many forms of nikah halala? Rape of young girls is allowed in the name of nikah halala.
Practicing Hindu. Yeah. He comes from ABVP. Arnab ji, now he might have joined Congress, but earlier he was in ABVP. He has a RSS background. Even he is a Hindu. He did not intend to insult Hindutva, Hinduism. It is not provocation, neither insult. It was just an example. He has himself convinced people sitting out there. Everybody listening was a Hindu. He was not addressing a Muslim conference there. It was a party meeting. All Hindus are sitting. He's just saying that in a example way. He is not trying to insult the Hindu deities.
Is he Hindu?
It was not an insult.
Is
Only
Revanth Reddy
BJP
Hindu?
feels that as an
what
insult.
What is Revanth Reddy's religion?
Very devout Hindu.
Sir, he comes from ABVP. He has a RSS background, Akhil Bharatiya Vidya Parishad background. He comes from that background. He is a practicing Hindu. 100% Hindu. Now BJP behaves like custodians of Hindutva. They have not done anything for Hindus, that is different. But they want this to keep boiling. Congress equals to Muslims. They are insulting Hindu gods. Only for politics. This is not the way. Modi ji inaugurates temples. And Shankaracharyas are sitting and watching there as chief guests. Is this not questionable? Why is BJP feeling it, Arnab ji?
Arnab, can I respond?
I'll bring in Dushyant Sridhar in right now. Yes, Dushyant.
Namaskaram, Arnab. Namaskaram to my fellow panelists. At the outset, the state of Telangana gave birth to one of the greatest saints called Bhadrachala Ramadas 400 years before. And he was extremely devoted to Rama and to Hanuman. It is such a shame that a person who has been elected, a person who has taken the oath, is now reducing Hanuman to a deity for unmarried people. Probably was he advised by one of his party leaders who is still unmarried that he worships Hanuman? Point number one. There is a way of putting in pluralism. I'm sure the person in the panel may have not read the scriptures and is just rambling about. There is a way of putting pluralism in Hinduism. It is not to say that a person has two wives. He is one God. A person is the other person who's unmarried worships. This is in the courteous and the sophisticated way of putting things. And nobody here on the panel has the right to say that he is a devout Hindu. Whether the person is from ABVP, BJP, Congress or any party, it doesn't matter. A person who's non-political like me, a citizen of India, feels offended with such statements. These are not the statements that need to come from a chief minister, from a sitting chief minister.
Why should you be